Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, let's open our agenda by saying Basmalah together.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dara Manatila, the moderator of today's presentation session. I'm very pleased to see you all up here on this room on Zoom and welcome all of you to this conference. Before we start, I would like to inform some important information to all the presenters. First, all papers that have been submitted to this conference, hopefully it's follow the template that has been provided. Second, any opinions, questions may be useful for the revisions of the paper. Last, each presenter will have 15 to 20 minutes to present, including the time for Q&A session. So let's start our sessions. For the first turn, will be given by the first presenter, Brother Ibrahim Omar Obaid Basalma. By the title of the presentation is Linking SDG Indicators and Islamic Banking Performance Insight from Panel Data Analysis. So please welcome Brother Ibrahim.
Hello, did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Ibrahim Omar Basalma. I am from Yemen. I'm currently a MA student from UIII in Economy. Today I'm going to present my paper, which is Linking SDG Indicator and Islamic Banking Performance Insight from Panel Data Analysis.
Can you raise your voice, brother?
Sorry. Can you hear me? Okay.
A little bit.
Okay. Our agenda for today is introduction, lecture review, and methodology, and results and discussion and conclusion. First, with the introduction, we know that there is a recent increase in interest in Islamic banking and finance.
Mr. Ibrahim.
Sorry?
PowerPoint. PowerPoint.
The PowerPoint.
Yes. Do you have?
Yeah, I sent it.
Maybe you share screen to us.
You want me to share my screen?
Maybe you can share by yourself, brother,
Okay, let me.
because the internet connection is something that run well. Okay, thank you, brother.
Okay. You can see it now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Our agenda for introduction, we know that there is a recent increase in interest in Islamic banking and finance because they are alignment with the SDG or Sustainable Development Goals. This is because they are potential contribution of Islamic banking and finance to economic growth and social welfare and environmental sustainability. Also, we know that there are similarities between SDG and Islamic principle or Islamic finance principle, which is environmental sustainability and economic inclusion or financial inclusive and economic growth. So our objective of this paper is to explore the relationship between SDG indicator that related to banking to the Islamic finance and Islamic banking for 5 chosen countries. We know that, like I mentioned, there is a relationship between Islamic banking and SDG. There are various studies explore this relationship. Like here, they said that the principle of fairness and risk sharing and prohibit of interest, maybe this alignment with the SDG and also the contribution of Islamic banking performance might influence by SDG indicator. For example, they said that there is a positive correlation between profitability and efficiency and sustainability of Islamic banking performance and SDG. Also, there are paper by Prof. Habib Ahmed, which is emphasized the potential contribution of Islamic finance to UN SDGs. Also, for the international banking sector, there is a study in Europe shows that European banking show low and heterogeneous alignment with the UN SDG. This is because their strategy of their bank. Continuing for the lecture review, we choose that the research in these countries that we choose, which is Indonesia, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates, shows that the Islamic banking and finance have made contribution to economic growth in these countries and financial inclusive and also environmental sustainability. So, but there are still limitations in this literature, and there's a research gap, which is the connection between SDG indicator and Islamic banking in these countries. So our goal, like I mentioned earlier, is to explore this, the impact of these SDG indicator and Islamic banking total asset. The methodology that we use for this paper is we use panel data analysis from these 5 countries, which is annual time series data from 2013 to 2022 from Organization Islamic Cooperation Dataset, which is SESRIC. Our dependent variable for this paper, which is total assets measured in $1 million, emphasize the growth or the size of Islamic banking of each of these countries. Also, our independent variable are SDG indicator that related to bank. There are many of them related to banking. There are many SDG indicator, but we only choose 4 of them. The first one is return to an asset, which is implies the bank profitability, and also RCA, regulator capital to asset, which is evaluate the equivalency of banking, and also regulator tier capital to risk-weighted asset, RRA, which emphasize the capital thickness of the bank. And last but not least is board money to total reserve ratio, PMR, evaluate the bank liquidity or cash liquidity. We use all ordinary least square regression for this study. And here is the model equation, which is we take the natural logarithm of total asset with the which equal to the coefficient and the coefficient of all the variables that we use the SDG indicator in this study. We assume that there is a linearity, inequality, and distribution error are multi and no hetero homostatistically. We use use 12 for this economic analysis. So from this, we can see that the overall of this model is statistically significant because of the probability of F statistic. At the same time, we see that about 74.65 is represented by independent variable to show the relationship with the natural logarithm of total asset. We can see that all the variable SDG indicator are significantly have negative effect on total asset, but RCA has no significant impact on total asset of the Islamic banking and finance. This we can conclude that maybe these some of the findings is alignment with the previous study, which I mentioned in my paper, and one of them are not have the contracts with previous study, but we can see that Islamic banking and finance in these countries they show that there is a trade-off between profitability, which between return on asset, risk management, and liquidity and asset growth. These findings maybe will align with the principle of Shari'ah, which emphasizes the responsible and ethical financial practice. So we put some recommendation and policy for the industry. The first one is a policymaker should consider delicate balance between Islamic banking between maintain the profitability and risk management and overall financial stability and development sustainability. Also, the result provide insight for financial industries to strike a balance between financial performance and long-term growth of the asset of the bank. Also, policymaker require should their policy should align with the findings to ensure that the stable and the sustainability of the Islamic banking total asset. In conclusion, we hope this paper reach to explore its objective, which is to explore the relationship between these SDG indicator and Islamic banking and finance. And also the founding, like I mentioned, there are trade-off between profitability and risk management and liquidity. But like this paper still have limitation, but it only focus on 5 countries and only choose 4 indicator. So we recommend for future paper, they should include more countries and also include more SDG indicator to measure the impact of Islamic finance and banking to SDG. Also, we recommend that for future research, we should study or explore the project that done by Islamic banking that can contribute to the SDGs. Last but not least, thank you for your listening. I hope you have more recommendation for me than question. Thank you.
Okay, you are welcome. Thank you, Brother Ibrahim Masalmaya, for very nice presentation. Okay, maybe we directly go to the Q&A session, yeah? For all participants and speakers here, if there are any questions or opinions, I welcome you to pass your question. You can raise your hand and don't forget to mention your name before giving your opinion or questions. Any questions maybe?
Okay. Miss Dara Amanatila. Yeah. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Rahman Bayumi, and I come from Palembang, Indonesia. And I have a questions about the presentation from Ibrahim Basalma. Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. I think it's really nice to know that how to SDGs link about the indicators and variable about Islamic banking. But how can you explain? I think I still didn't get the information about how the poverty and about the SDGs variables. We have like about 19. So maybe about in your paper you study about that. How do you link about the impact and aspect SDGs through ROA, capital profitability, and etc. Thank you.
Brother Ibrahim, maybe you can answer directly
Okay.
with your
So,
opinion.
okay, thank you, Mr. Rahman, for your question.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
welcome.
Like we know that SDG, they are 17.
Yes.
And under these 17 goals, there are target for these 17 goals.
Mm.
And to measure the target of the SDG, there are indicator. And they are not, and these indicators, some of them related to different industry. And we choose that the indicator that related to banking. And
Yeah.
there are many of them, not only four. I only choose four because of the limited of the data. Many of indicator there is no data for these countries. I only choose the data that the indicator that have the data set for this study. But like I mentioned, indicator have different measure for different SDG goals, and most of these indicator are related, I think, to SDG number 10 and SDG number 17, which is related to inequality, I think so. I
Yeah.
hope I
Thank
answered
you
your
so much.
question. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, thank you, Brother Ibrahim, for the response.
Okay.
Any other question or opinion? No? Okay, if no further questions, maybe we go through the next presenter.
Okay, thank
Thank you,
you.
thank you, Brother Ibrahim. By the way, you came to Aceh, yeah?
Yeah, the last training camp
Oh, I see.
by your university and UIM.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Okay. According to the list, the second presenter is the team, yeah, Muhammad Rahman Bayumi, Rizal Alfijaya, and M. Dunestra Dadim. Will be presented
Okay.
Brother Muhammad Rahman Bayumi, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we please, Brother Muhammad, the floor is yours.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for Ms. Dara for letting me to introduce my presentations. Actually, this is the research that I'm doing. It's a couple years ago because I observed in Aceh and start in 2019 up to 2022. So the title is The Discord Contestations Against Conflict in the Implementations of Qanun Concerning Shari'ah Financial Institution for Strategizing Public Policy in Aceh. The one thing that make me really interest about this topic is because the contestations are over the discourse of rejecting the revisions of Qanun Islamic Financial Institution in Aceh is a social fact that requires strategic handling, because I think it's like contradicting where the Islamic people try to rejecting and still debating application of Islamic law itself. And rejection of Islamic law, even in other aspects, still occurs in Indonesia, such as radicalism and anarchist attitudes. Indonesia, as a large multicultural, linguistic, and religious country, requires concentrated efforts to solve simple problems, which then become big and spread across various mass media and social platforms. I saw this as a really a big problem because as a me and outsider and live in Palembang, we saw the news and in newspaper, I mean like in social media, so many conflict about the Qanun, because in the government they try to want to take conventional bank come back to Aceh and try to adapt the dual banking system. So there are like Islamic banking and conventional banking. But I saw this is a problem because Aceh, with the uniqueness with the Islamic law, because the speciality should really can be a role model how to can the province can adapt the full and comprehensive Islamic social finance institution in a country. I think before I take this as my study, there is a previous research related to Canon number 11 of 2018 concerning Islamic financial institution in Aceh. So based on this research, I think I still have a gap. So I didn't find where the scholars try to how to reconcile the problems, how to uh, study about the Qanun, how the exactly the problem is, and then I try to observe in Aceh. So objective of the research is existence of financial institutions. So I in my paper I try to introduce the existence of Islamic fashion in Aceh because I think this really important to study this before I try to investigate the discord contestation. So and then I try to reconciling stakeholder communities organization regarding conflicts over the implementations of Qanun. About the literature study, there is a like conflict Qanun. I try to make the how to intersubjective try to like relevant about my paper. So the methodology actually applying a case study strategy to rejection Qanun in Aceh and data sources. I get the data from the grassroots groups, online news, and then the masyarakat ekonomi syariah Aceh, Aceh Syariah Economic, IAI Aceh, OJK, and some scholars from Win Arani Ribanda Aceh. And then the primary data also have because I observed in Aceh, and I came to Aceh about like maybe like 6 months, and then I tried to come to Aceh with my team and my friend come to Aceh in 2020. Okay, the problem about the Qanun, because the government say the Qanun, it makes Aceh looks bad. I mean, like there is a decreasing about the growth of Islamic financial institution in Aceh. But when I try to see the data, there is a really higher growth because we can see the data, it's so many uh, growths. I mean, like the increasing is really relevant in Aceh. So the issues that Islamic financial institutions based on Qanun can change and can damage the system of Islamic banking, it's not true. And then the implementation of Qanun took effect on January 4th, 2019. The share of control the Shari'ah banking financing market in Aceh province was 6.87% of the total financing disbursed from national Shariah banking. It's huge. Shariah banking financing in Aceh will grow slightly until June 2023. This means that the role of Shariah commercial banks in Aceh need to continue to be increasing so that their participants nationally can increase. And then the Aceh Syariah financial industry is always increasing. And I've been to Aceh and I saw the economic, I saw the people, I saw the culture. Actually, it's really good with the uniqueness about the Islamic law. So there is no conflict that I saw in like actually there is a difference when I saw in media online. It's really like look, there is a huge and big the conflict, but when it comes to Aceh, actually there is no. Aceh is lipstick peace and people are happy. Several steps to encourage accelerated implementation of Qanun. Number one is regional government must sit with all stakeholders because they have only been silent so far. Like Qanun, is really good because it's come from the gut. But if there is no semi-permeable thing, intersubjective testability to creative imaginations to make the solutions, the Qanun is only the Qanun because the government and stakeholders must to shift together to concur to reconciling the problem and issues, how to solve the problem, how to solve the media, because the media it's always blowing up this issue and make Aceh look like province have the most poor, the most poverty in Indonesia, and it looks so bad. But there is a government. I think government have the big power how to reconcile the situations. And number two, it's optimizing the role of KDKS to control Kanun regarding Syariah financial institutions. And number three, determine the priority scale and identify the source of the problem. And number four, optimizing the role of Syariah financial institution. Okay, and then the investigations of the discard contestations of the revisions. The widespread of extensive news of the rejections of the canon online media sounds very contradictory to the result of observation in the field. The reality is not like what happens. This reveals that miscommunications, misconceptions, misinterpretations, and contradictions occur. So that is the problem, like what media says. The opposite was actually seen during the observation process that Aceh is a city that's very safe, peaceful, and far from conflict. The basic problems, which was then enlarged to replace of the canon regulations, was something that was rushed. From the government side, based on the result of the interviews and statement from Aceh government spokespersons, is it clear that they agree that there will be a revision of canon, but it doesn't mean based on revisions, it takes the and reopening opportunities rule out the possibility. Like reopening opportunities for conventional bank to operate again in Aceh. Actually, it's not the right things because Aceh is Aceh. The fact of poverty and employment are inversely proportional to the fact that the ground that people of Aceh look very prosperous because like I saw in Suzuya and some mall, so many people look happy and very crowded. It means like when people say Aceh is the poor country and high proper poverty, when I come to Aceh, actually it's not true. Aceh people look like really wealth, yeah. And then this is the framework about the reconciliation of stakeholders, communities, and organizations in promoting Islamic finance for promoting public policy. Because this conference, we try to find the solutions about the public policy. Okay, people business financing of credit product, where in financing there is guidance or development of community in developing their business, providing Shari'ah financial literacy, because I think this is the one thing that we should to do because the literacy index it's still not high. So we need to take this literacy is a important thing. And then there needs to be an evaluations of the business activities that have been carried out by small and medium enterprise. So when Islamic Bank giving the financial for the UMKM, so we need the control their activity to increase the growth, economic sustainability. So Islamic business ethic goals, I think, is really good because when we come of economic, because when people try to harm and try to uh, debating and conflict against each other, actually, we need to think that Islamic business ethic based on to achieve the sustainable development goals. We need to think about unity, equilibrium, responsibility, free will, but still thinking about the how to building integration and interconnections involving various economic element to solve the social problems. Social problems we can uh, solve together through the sit together with the stakeholder, the government. So I think I can take the conclusions about my paper is how to the government, because the government have the big power how to solve the situations, the media how to not blowing these problems up, because the konon actually it's not like that when it comes to Aceh. When I've been to Aceh. Actually, we still use the conventional bank. We can still take this from Indomaret, Alfamart, and etc. So Aceh, I think, is really a good power and model and example in Indonesia. To always we need to embrace the Islamic law to being role model. Maybe it's not only in Indonesia, but for the world. I think that's my presentation. Thank you so much for your participants.
Okay, thank you, bro. Thank you, brother Muhammad Rahman Bayumi.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, brother.
Yes.
Test.
Yes.
Okay, bisa dengar. Okay, thank you, brother Muhammad Rahman Bayumi.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It's very nice presentations and in line with what happened in Aceh, yeah.
Yes. I love Aceh, and I've been
Oh,
Aceh more than twice, maybe.
okay. We welcome you again, yeah, again to Aceh.
Yeah.
Before we start to our next presenter, maybe we ask other participant and speaker to ask any question and opinion regarding the paper.
I think
Okay,
Amina of Sarena.
Sister Amimah.
Okay, thank you so much for the chance for brother presenter. I would like to ask you, I interested with your last slide. You're talking about Islamic business ethic goals. You use the theory, I think that's the theory of Bikun about Islamic business
Yes.
ethics. There are unity, responsibility, free will, and others. My question is, what is your best you make element or indicator in the right side and the left side? Because I'm so interested about talking about the Islamic business ethics, and I look you integrated Islamic business ethic with SDGs, and you make right side and the left side the element or indicator. I would like to know, is there from who is the theory, or you make that theory, or what? Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Maybe Brother Muhammad Rahman, can you respond?
Okay. Thank you so much for your questions, Sister Amima and Sister Dara. Okay. In last my slide, I try to put. Okay, maybe I will show this first. Yeah. Okay. This is the figures that I try to building, because before I try to answer these your questions, actually I joined in ICOSOPP first in Aceh. So in my study, when I joined in first ICOSOPP, I try to make the study about integrations and interconnection to solve the social problems in Aceh. So actually, this figure is I made by myself with the some theory that I get when I study in Yogyakarta about integration and interconnections. Why this paper? Like, because I think Islamic business ethic is relevant and linked with the SDGs because if there is a government and commitment from the government and society, there is a free will, unity, equilibrium, and responsibility, and always think about the moral of the economy. So we cannot sell the property, zero hunger, have proper slash, and etc. Because I saw the situation in Aceh about the Konun, so it looks like bigger than what I saw in Aceh. Because this problem is not as big and exciting as the media conveys. Because through the media online, this issue is look like so huge, like big. But when I've been to Aceh, like there is no problem like what media said, because I saw that Aceh is really safe and there is no conflict like people what Aceh is like there is a radicalisms and everything. So this picture, I think Islamic business ethic goal, it's my proposed model how the government can sit together to say and things about the ethic and also about the media ethics. Because if the media didn't spread the wrong news, yeah, and tell the exact the conditions, I think there is no problem. Because as an outsider in Aceh, because I live in Palembang, I saw Aceh from the on media online, it's look like really strict province. So there is no like tolerance, there is no tolerance with non-Muslim, so really strict province. But actually it's not like that. So why the uh, uh, Islamic business ethic goals, it become the prominent thing to we approach to solve the problems. Because like what you said, Miss Amima, from Bekun, we learned about the unity, equilibrium, free will, so we can free will about the right things and benevolence and responsibility to solve the social problems in Aceh. And also, based on data, Aceh is still like the first province in Indonesia. But when I like interview with the lecturer from Win Araniri, like Mr. Jalal said, like Aceh people, it's not like what people say. The happiness index, it's really high, not like what people and media said. So I think there is a gap from the data and the factual conditions in Aceh. I think that's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sister Dara, I think for this
Yeah.
moment, at this moment, I try to greet and congratulations to Professor Hafaz Perkoni because
Okay.
he become a professor. And actually, I become a presenter in first ICOSOPP, and Mr. Hafaz Perkoni, it's a pick me up from to the campus.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you cannot come here offline,
Yes.
but we are happy you joined the second ECOSOC.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor.
Soon you will get the professorship as well.
Amin.
Okay. Thank you, Brother Muhammad Rahman, for the response. And I'm so happy to hear your paper. That I'm proud, yeah, to be Aceh, and you welcome again to Aceh, yeah, Brother
Yeah.
Muhammad. In conclusion, maybe we can say that all elements must work together to implement this kanun. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Before we move on to our next presenter, maybe we have to take a photo. Yeah, for the documentation. Please give your best smile. I will count. Open your camera for all the presenters and participants, please. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. So next turn is for the third presenter, Brother Ali Ridho Kismawadi. Sorry. The title of the presentation is Artificial Intelligence in Islamic Stock Investment. The floor is yours, brother.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin
Sorry, brother.
wassalatu
Can you? Oh. Okay. Go on.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Yang sama-sama kita hormati. Jadi izin nih Pak Dekan, saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia karena bahasa Inggris saya kurang bagus. Yang sama-sama kita hormati Bapak Dekan, Bapak Profesor Dr. Hafaz Furqani serta seluruh peserta conference pada pagi hari ini. Izinkan saya menyampaikan materi pada kesempatan kali ini berkaitan dengan Artificial Intelligence in Islamic Stock Investment. Pertama yang perlu saya sampaikan berkaitan dengan apa itu Artificial Intelligence. Jadi Artificial Intelligence ini merupakan mesin yang bisa menyerupai kecerdasan buatan. Kemudian kalau kita melihat sejarahnya, AI ini sudah ada sejak tahun 50-an. Namun mulai familiar lagi mulai 1 atau 2 tahun belakangan ini semenjak kemunculan daripada ChatGPT. Jadi kecerdasan buatan atau AI ini merupakan bagian ilmu komputer yang membuat mesin komputer dapat melakukan pekerjaan seperti manusia. Jadi banyak sekarang pekerjaan-pekerjaan yang dahulunya dikerjakan oleh manusia, kemudian pekerjaan-pekerjaan tersebut dapat digantikan dan tergantikan oleh komputer itu sendiri. Nah, pertanyaan yang sering muncul itu apakah AI ini teman ataupun atau pembunuh? Dalam artian banyak pekerjaan-pekerjaan yang nantinya akan dapat digantikan oleh AI. Nah, saat ini terdapat beberapa pekerjaan yang sudah dapat digantikan oleh AI. Jadi menurut data itu diprediksi ada 69 juta pekerjaan baru, tetapi ada 83 juta yang juga akan punah. Selanjutnya guncangan tertinggi industri media, 32% pekerjaan akan hilang atau digantikan oleh profesi baru. Kemudian teknologi AI makin canggih dan dalam beberapa kasus itu ada perusahaan-perusahaan yang CEO-nya itu merupakan AI dan juga ada stasiun televisi yang presenter-presenternya itu sudah AI. Di Indonesia itu salah satu stasiun televisi yang mengklaim mempekerjakan AI sebagai presenter yaitu TV One. Sesuai dengan data yang saya tampilkan ini, jadi total investasi daripada perusahaan-perusahaan secara global itu cenderung meningkat. Investasi mereka itu diberikan kepada khususnya yang saya sampaikan tadi berkaitan dengan AI. Jadi pertumbuhannya sangat signifikan dan dalam ramalan yang dikeluarkan oleh Statista itu pada tahun 2030 akan semakin pesat investasi dan market size daripada AI ini tersendiri. Selanjutnya beberapa sektor yang berinvestasi terbesar di bidang AI yaitu di bidang kesehatan, medical and healthcare, kemudian ada financial technology, data management. Nah, sayangnya di sini kita belum melihat bagaimana sektor khususnya keuangan masih belum mampu untuk mendominasi. Walaupun di sini ada fintech, tentu yang ini yang dimaksudkan fintech secara umum, bukan yang khusus berkaitan dengan syariah yang tentunya itu masih perlu pengembangan yang terus ditingkatkan. Kemudian beberapa negara yang sangat antusias dalam menerima perubahan khususnya berkaitan dengan kecerdasan buatan ini yaitu adalah India, China, dan Afrika. Ini beberapa negara besar seperti Amerika sendiri masih tertinggal daripada negara-negara seperti India dan China. Dan mayoritas mayoritas gender yang sangat cepat beradaptasi dengan AI, yaitu adalah laki-laki. Walaupun di sini juga wanita juga memiliki tren peningkatan berkaitan dengan kemampuan skill mereka berkaitan dengan AI. Nah, beberapa bisnis menggunakan AI, 95%-nya itu tujuannya adalah untuk meningkatkan efisiensi. Memang kalau kita lihat jika kita menggunakan AI, kita lebih efisien dalam melakukan kegiatan-kegiatan dalam berbagai sektor, bahkan juga termasuk di dalamnya sektor pendidikan. Nah, beberapa hambatan, tantangan yang dihadapi ketika kita mengadopsi AI, yang pertama adalah skill yang masih terbatas dan pengetahuan berkaitan dengan AI itu sendiri. Dan memang ketika kita mengadopsi AI ini, biaya yang kita keluarkan juga cukup tinggi. Namun itu semua kalau kita melihat dari data sebelumnya, biaya yang tinggi kita keluarkan untuk mengadopsi AI sebanding dengan efisiensi yang diberikan. Ini adalah beberapa posisi pekerjaan yang seperti saya sudah sebutkan sebelumnya yang terancam, yang yang berisiko jika mereka tidak beradaptasi dengan AI itu sendiri. Yang tertinggi itu berkaitan dengan kegiatan-kegiatan administrasi perkantoran. Kemudian ada legal, kemudian arsitektur dan engineering. Yang menariknya AI ini, kalau dulu kita melihat arsitek itu menggambar menggunakan pensil, dan sekarang ini ketika mereka membuat gambar itu cukup dengan membuat narasi, deskripsi dalam bentuk teks, dan kemudian teks tersebut dapat dibuat menjadi dalam bentuk gambar. Ini adalah beberapa contoh AI yang sudah ada diterapkan di masyarakat dan itu sudah biasa digunakan. Nah, selanjutnya kita fokus pada saham syariah. Kalau kita berbicara saham ini normatif lah, semua kita bisa membacanya. Bahkan OJK juga membuat kriteria tersendiri berkaitan dengan apa itu saham syariah. Nah, namun yang menarik adalah yang emiten memenuhi rasio-rasio keuangan sebagai berikut. Nah, ini yang menarik karena kalau kita melihat salah satu ketentuan dari OJK yang pertama itu adalah satu saham itu dapat dikatakan dia saham syariah jika total utang berbasis bunga dibandingkan dengan total aset tidak lebih dari 45%. Nah, ini menunjukkan bahwasanya sebenarnya perbankan perusahaan-perusahaan dapat dikatakan sebagai saham syariah jika mereka berhutang dengan berbasis bunga itu tidak lebih dari 45%. Jadi kalau 44% berarti masih boleh. Ini merupakan standar yang masih perlu kita tinjau, mungkin perlu dikritisi. Dan yang kedua, total pendapatan bunga dan pendapatan tidak halal ini dibandingkan dengan total pendapatan usaha dan pendapatan lainnya tidak lebih dari 10%. Artinya perusahaan-perusahaan syariah itu masih boleh mendapatkan pendapatan dari bunga yaitu 9%, 10% ke bawah. Ini merupakan catatan-catatan kita yang perlu nanti kita kita carikan jalan keluarnya. Nah, berkaitan dengan AI ini tersendiri, di Indonesia sendiri, AI tersebut sudah diterapkan melalui sistem online trading syariah. Nah, dalam fitur sistem online trading syariah ini, beberapa perusahaan itu sudah menerapkan sistem ketika kita melanggar salah satu daripada prinsip-prinsip yang tadi telah disebutkan sebelumnya yang ditetapkan oleh OJK, maka sistem secara otomatis memblok. Jadi ada beberapa kasus ketika tidak sengaja melakukan pembelian, sebenarnya kita tidak punya dana yang ada di rekening, maka sistem akan memperingatkan bahwasanya transaksi tersebut mengandung riba. Nah, ini merupakan online trading pertama yang ada di Indonesia yang dikeluarkan oleh Indo Premier, dan sekarang ada sekitar 17 perusahaan yang sudah mengadopsi kecerdasan buatan dalam memfilter saham-saham dengan kriteria-kriteria syariah. Nah, bagaimana AI bekerja dalam investasi saham syariah? Yang pertama, analisis data dan prediksi harga saham dengan kemampuan AI, manajer investasi. Pekerjaan manajer investasi yang dahulunya merupakan salah satu pekerjaan yang cukup menarik, yang mampu menganalisa data dan prediksi harga saham. Kedepannya salah satu yang paling terancam adalah mereka, karena kegiatan mereka dapat digantikan oleh AI. Kemudian adalah sentimen pasar. Jadi AI kalau dahulu para trader-trader itu memperkerjakan orang untuk mengamati bagaimana pergerakan sektor-sektor saham di berbagai negara. Nah, kedepannya pekerjaan-pekerjaan seperti itu juga bisa terancam karena tidak perlu begadang lagi untuk mengamati pasar di seluruh dunia. Cukup yang mengamati adalah AI itu sendiri. Kemudian pengelolaan portofolio. AI dapat membantu dalam mengelola dan mengoptimalkan portofolio saham syariah. Sistem AI dapat memberikan saran untuk alokasi aset yang lebih baik berdasarkan tujuan dan toleransi risiko oleh investor. Kemudian juga AI dapat memfilter dan menilai saham berdasarkan kriteria syariah seperti yang sudah saya sampaikan sebelumnya. Di Indonesia sendiri sudah lama diterapkan suatu sistem yang dikeluarkan oleh Premier tersebut jika seorang trader ataupun orang yang membeli saham melalui sistem yang sudah mereka sediakan ketika mereka tidak sengaja melakukan transaksi yang melanggar syariah, maka dengan sendirinya akan diperingatkan oleh sistem. Dan khusus untuk saham-saham yang ada berkaitan alkohol, judi, dan transaksi yang lainnya yang dilarang, itu memang dalam sistem tersebut langsung diblok, dan sehingga nasabah tidak bisa melakukan pembelian terhadap saham tersebut. Dan selanjutnya AI dapat digunakan sebagai menganalisis risiko dan volatilitas. AI dapat memprediksi dan mengelola risiko serta volatilitas pasar saham syariah. Ini termasuk untuk mengidentifikasi faktor-faktor risiko dan mengusulkan strategi untuk mengantisipasi untuk minimalkan dampak dari risiko tersebut. Selanjutnya, AI juga dapat digunakan untuk mengeksekusi sebuah target perdagangan. Misalkan seorang investor mereka ingin misalkan ketika mereka mencapai nilai-nilai tertentu mereka ingin mengambil keuntungan atau menjual sahamnya, atau dalam nilai-nilai tertentu mereka ingin menjual sahamnya, jadi dapat dieksekusi secara otomatis menggunakan teknologi AI, tidak perlu lagi eksekusi secara manual. Selanjutnya, AI juga dapat digunakan untuk pengembangan model prediksi. AI dapat digunakan untuk membangun model yang membantu mengidentifikasi saham yang memiliki potensi kenaikan atau penurunan berdasarkan analisa data. Dan yang terakhir, AI juga dapat digunakan untuk pengawasan kepatuhan syariah, karena AI juga bisa dirancang dengan menggunakan kriteria-kriteria yang telah kita sebutkan sebelumnya, juga dapat membantu para trader untuk terhindar daripada transaksi-transaksi yang dilarang. Nah, ini merupakan salah satu tulisan saya yang berkaitan dengan AI yang ini telah dipublikasi pada tahun 2023 yang membahas bagaimana revolusi keuangan syariah ini ke depannya seperti apa. Dan ini merupakan tulisan yang cukup menarik yang berkaitan dengan AI. Nah, yang terakhir yang ingin saya sampaikan adalah AI merupakan sebuah tantangan bagi kita semua, ingin kita beradaptasi atau kita akan terlindas oleh perkembangan zaman. Dan AI ke depannya merupakan salah satu bidang yang harus disinkronkan, harus sama-sama kita perhatikan, terutama juga dalam bidang pasar modal dan khususnya lagi dalam dunia pendidikan. Saya teringat sebuah video singkat yang ada di Instagram, bagaimana seorang mahasiswa yang ada di Harvard University, dosennya sedang semangat-semangatnya menjelaskan di depan, memberikan pertanyaan. Nah, si mahasiswa duduk di belakang dan pertanyaan tersebut dia tanyakan kepada ChatGPT dan seolah-olah dia mampu menjawab, padahal jawabannya merupakan jawaban yang dikeluarkan oleh ChatGPT. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Saya akhiri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Brother Rido. Thank you for the presentations. Very good and interesting. Other participant and speaker, any further questions for Brother Rido regarding the topic artificial intelligence in Islamic stock investment?
Can I ask a question?
Oh, of course, Pak.
Okay, actually this is not brother but Dr. Arli Rido.
Oh, sorry.
It's from AN Zawiyah Cakala Langsa, FEBI. Okay, Pak Arli, can I ask you in English? I want to relate your presentation just now with the presentation by Dr. Muhammad Rahman Bayumi, the earlier presenters, because you are talking about he is talking on business ethics, and you are talking on AI. So, what do you think? because in the future AI, we cannot avoid using AI, and it is the way forward, I think. Yeah. And the new economy also will be based on AI. So, but the problem with AI is that it is less human touch, yeah, because if everything will be done by machine. Yeah? So, how do you relate in this case in terms of ethics? Yeah? Uh, what will be in the future our business ethics, because ethics is very much related to human behavior and human being. And then in the stock market, in the pasar modal, bagaimana AI ini bisa mempengaruhi perilaku investor di pasar modal. Maksudnya untuk masalah-masalah spekulasi, kemudian penipuan dan lain-lain, apakah bisa diminimalisir atau justru ini menjadi loopholes untuk meningkatkan permasalahan-permasalahan yang lebih besar, ya? Justru spekulasinya nanti akan lebih bertambah, kemudian ethical investment sudah tidak ada lagi. Nah, itu bagaimana pandangan Pak Adli?
Baik, terima kasih. Saya langsung jawab. Terima kasih Pak Prof. Apas. Jadi kalau kita bicara tentang AI, memang salah satu tantangannya berkaitan dengan etik. Nah, kalau bercerita tentang bagaimana AI dapat mencegah berbagai macam tadi spekulasi, saya juga ada menulis berkaitan dengan kecurangan yang memang bisa kita kurangi menggunakan AI ini. Jadi AI ini ibarat sebuah alat, kalau kita melihat sebuah parang itu bisa kita gunakan untuk kegiatan-kegiatan yang baik, juga dapat digunakan untuk tindakan-tindakan yang negatif. Nah, khusus untuk AI ini salah satu kelebihannya adalah dia dapat memprediksi, bahkan memprediksi dalam jangka waktu yang cukup panjang dengan menggunakan ketersediaan data. Kelemahannya adalah ketika data yang diberikan, yang digunakan oleh kecerdasan buatan ini tidak cukup baik atau tidak terfilter dengan baik, maka juga kesimpulan yang diberikan oleh AI ini juga tidak akan baik. Nah, kaitannya dengan tadi spekulasi, nah jika data-data perilaku yang ada di pasar modal ini dikombinasikan dengan AI, saya sangat yakin dapat digunakan untuk mencegah berbagai macam kegiatan-kegiatan yang melanggar aturan yang ada. Nah, namun di sisi yang lain, kalau kita melihat bahwasanya semakin cerdas seorang polisi juga pencuri juga akan orang jahat juga akan semakin cerdas. Yang perlu kita antisipasi adalah bagaimana kecerdasan buatan ini harus kita maksimalkan, lebih maksimal dibandingkan dengan orang-orang yang ingin melakukan berbagai macam tindakan-tindakan yang tidak baik. Jadi yang pesan saya untuk kita semua adalah mari kita sama-sama memanfaatkan AI ini dengan semaksimal mungkin, terutama juga mengajak para mahasiswa. Ini mahasiswa mungkin juga nggak perlu diajak, karena saya lihat adik-adik mahasiswa juga kemampuan AI mereka juga sangat luar biasa. Mungkin kita juga yang harus cukup beradaptasi. Demikian Pak.
Terima kasih Pak.
Sama-sama Pak Prof.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Dekan kami dan Bapak Ridho ya atas responnya. Mungkin saya juga mau tanya nih Pak, kalau ini lebih baik dari sistem SOTS yang sudah ada atau bagaimana tuh?
Ya, jadi AI ini kan secara umum salah satu pemanfaatannya tadi sistem online trading tadi itu. Jadi AI ini dapat digunakan tidak hanya di SOTS tadi, bahkan dalam beberapa kasus itu dapat digunakan untuk memprediksi bagaimana seseorang itu bisa terkena stroke misalkan, terkena ancaman-ancaman. Jadi kalau yang data yang sudah saya tampilkan tadi juga, ini AI ini selama ini mayoritas digunakan untuk sektor kesehatan dan beberapa sektor yang lainnya. Ribuan aplikasi ataupun pengaplikasian AI dalam berbagai macam bidang yang ada di dunia kita.
Thank you, Sir Ridho ya, Bapak Ridho atas penjelasannya. We move on to next presenter, the fourth presenter. Thank you, Bapak. The next presenter are Yunita Rahmayani and Muhammad Arif Budiman.
Yes, we are here.
So, Brother Arif,
Yes,
on to the present, yeah?
yes, I will present on behalf of my team. Okay.
Okay, we welcome you, Brother Muhammad Arif. The title of the presentation is The Effect of Accountability and Transparency of Most Financial Management on Public Trust in Banjarmasin. The floor is yours.
Okay. Just to check whether my presentation is already there or not yet. Is it visible for you? It's okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for the Mrs. Chairwoman for this session, and also thank you so much to our professor, our dean, Professor Qadi. Very nice to see you in this forum this morning. Please allow me to present our simple research. Basically, this is not so serious, I think, because this is the. I think you are all familiar with these topics or something like this. So what we will present is about the effect of accountability and transparency of most financial management on public trust in Banjarmasin. So this is research by me and my colleague Yunita Rahmayani. We are from Polytechnic Negeri Banjarmasin. Okay, background and importance of this research. As we all know, MOS is a vital institution in our Islamic society and has a very strategic and important function all sphere of our life. So, and when we talk about mosque, it is basically not only a place of worship, but it is also a center, and it is basically a center of Muslim activities, not only in worship aspect, but also in social, economic, business, and even political aspect can be conducted or can be performed in the mosque on the area of the mosque. So basically, mosque is center for our civilization. So it is not only a matter of worship, but it is a matter of our great civilization. So what our focus in this research is about how the mosque can manage their financial wealth, and our research question is how do the accountability and transparency of mosque can 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 will have the effect or will influence the public trust in mosque in Banjarmasin. Okay. Okay. In Indonesia, we have so many mosques and musola or langgar. In Banjarmasin, we say musora as a langgar. Maybe in other parts of Indonesia, they have different names. maybe in Aceh also has different name, maybe Suro or something else. And based on the data from Ministry of Religious Affairs in CIMAS, CIMAS is the website that has the database of mosque and musola or prayer place in around Indonesia. And according to the data of July 2023, we in Indonesia have approximately 661,431 mosques and musola. And in Kalimantan Selatan or in South Kalimantan province, we have about 2,815 mosques. So this is a huge number, and basically, as maybe we all know, that the financial management of our mosques commonly is not so good. Many mosques and musola especially don't have a proper and good financial management. So based on this fact, then we come up with the research question whether the accountability and transparency of most financial management can have the influence to the public trust. Okay, this is some theories that we have, and I think we will not go to so far about the literature review, but basically in the theory of good governance, when the good governance in the most financial management is performed well, then it will ensure accountability and transparency. Yeah. So if the most management have the good governance in their financial management, then the accountability and transparency you should be good. And then the community engagement in the second theory is also has influence in how the mosque management manage their financial management. I mean, if the Jama'ah or members of mosque ignorant about their mosque and about their financial management, then the mosque management or pengurus masjid may be also ignorant about how to manage good financial reporting and financial accountability. So it's mean that the community engagement is very important. So the Jama'ah, the mosque, the people at large, when they are when they have good I mean attention about the financial management of their mosque, then the mosque management should have good management also. I mean, the public response and about the financial management of the mosque will have impact on the management of the mosque itself. And the third one, external oversight, I think that external bodies and regulation play a crucial role in monitoring mosque finance and maintaining accountability. So we need that kind of bodies and regulation to force the mosque financial management to have their good governance in managing the financial, because the mosques are commonly financed by the public. in the form of infak, sodaqah, zakat, maybe wakaf, of course. So these are the public funds, and therefore all this fund should be managed properly by the mosque management. Okay, okay. I think we need go to the next slides. This is our research methods, data collection. We use questionnaire. We share the questionnaire to the mosque management members, I mean Jama'ah and the general public. And our sample are the Jama'ah in two big mosques in Banjarmasin. There are Mosque Sabil al-Mu'tadin and Mosque al-Jihad. And the number of respondents is our to 200 people, 200 respondents. Okay. Our findings that the accountability, as well as the transparency variables both have significant effect on public trust, meaning that these two variables, which is accountability and transparency, both have the impact on public trust, meaning that higher levels of accountability and transparency lead to increased public trust in most financial management. So the better the most financial management, then the higher the public trust on the most. And secondly, the R square is about 61.5%, meaning that these two variables can have impact on the public trust, while the remaining 38.5% are influenced by other variables outside the research. Okay, this is our findings, and then conclusion. Accountability and transparency are essential for maintaining public trust in most financial management, and for future research, it is important to explore even further the impact of cultural and socioeconomic factors on public trust in most financial management. I think this is all of our presentation. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentations and very nice delivery. Maybe we can ask for the participant any other question or respond regarding the paper.
I forgot on my video.
Sorry Pak, suaranya nggak kedengeran. Yeah. Maybe no further question. I think if there is no further questions, we will move on to last presenter for this session. Thank you for Bapak Arif Budiman
Yeah, welcome.
for presenting the paper. Okay, we welcome to Nurul Haq, Amimah Oktarina, and Novia Anggraini. Paper will be presented by Sister Amimah Oktarina from Bengkulu. The title of the presentation is Analysis of the Bengkulu Makmur Program in Reducing Mustahik Poverty Levels based on the CBES model, study at Basnas Bengkulu Province. Please welcome Sister Amimah Karina.
Thank you so much, Miss Dara, for the chance.
Oh, gini. Ulun present di Aceh nih. Ya, Prof Mira. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for the chance. I'm Amimah Tarina from UIN Fatmawati Soekarno Bengkulu. In here, I need help from Miss Dara to display my presentations. And the title of my presentations today is Analysis of the Bengkulu Makmur Programs in Reducing Mustahik Poverty Level based on the CBES model, and we study at Basnas Bengkulu Province. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, background behind the problem is we know that the poverty rate in Indonesia increases every year, but between province and also districts. There are many government programs to overcome poverty, such as direct cash assistance, job creations, cheap basics, necessaries, and other. The facts on the ground are the government programs cannot necessarily reduce poverty significantly. This is because the government doesn't pay attention to spiritual aspects and only pay attention to the material aspects of the society. Next, Miss Dara. And then for its Basnas Bengkulu Province provides business capital assistance, business equipment, productive stall business partner, and zakat more to poor mustahik without any refund. And the last is we know that was on the ground that productive zakat funds are used for the consumptive needs of mustahik. In our research, we use CBES model. Next. CBES model, or the Central for Islamic Business and Economic Studies, they are into four quadrants, namely the welfare quadrants, material poverty quadrants, spiritual poverty quadrants, and also absolute poverty quadrants. We choose this CBES model because we believe that have the relevance good for our study, because we want to look how is the Bengkulu Makmur programs from the Basnas province to make the society, especially mustahik, before they get zakat and after they get zakat. Next. So this research, the formulation of the problem is we have two problems. The first is what was the poverty level of mustahik before receiving the Bengkulu Makmur program through the CBES approach. And the second is what is the poverty level of mustahik after receiving the Bengkulu Makmur program. Next. Maybe it can skip Miss Dara. Previous research, literature review, we can skip it until research methodology. Okay, we use for research, use a descriptive quantitative approach, where data collection and then data interpretation and the appearance of the result are in the form of the number. Because we use CBES model, so we use quantitative approach, and also we will make the tabulation for the data we collected. The population is there are 316 respondents they are mustahik from the Basnas province, and they got Bengkulu Makmur programs. The respondents is from the resident location, mustahik age, income, length of mustahik business, mustahik economic, and also mustahik worship, prayers, and also zakat. From the population, we use Sloven's formula, so we get 57 respondents for this research. Next. Data source, we have primary data and also secondary data, and the method of the collecting, we use observation, questionnaires, interview, and also literature study. Next. The data analysis technique, as I said to you before, that we have the approach by the CBES, the Center of Islamic Business and Economic Studies. This developed by Baik and Arsianti aims to determine the condition of mustahik household households will cause some different tests to see changes that occur in mosaic household income. So we can look what the result of our research with the tabulation, and we can look at the presentation before and after they got the Bengkulu Makmur programs, not only in the materials aspect and also in spiritual aspect. Next. The result and discussion, this is the respondent characteristic. The general is, we know that there are men 25 people and also women 35 people. And the word is farmer, laborer, and trader. Next. Based on our research, we got the income of the mustahik. Before giving zakat, the income of the mustahik, the highest amount in the 800,000 until 1 billion. There are 23 amount. And after being given zakat, they are increased and they have the income in the range of the 2 billion under 2 billion 500,000 in the 29% people. Next. Use the Willockson differential test result on change in mustahik's income before and after being given zakat fund assistance in the Bengkulu Makmur program by Basnas Bengkulu Province. We get the rank after receive zakat assistance and before zakat assistance. The mean rank is 30.5, and then the sum of the rank is 1,830. Next. Next. Okay, these tabulations, we also got the presentations for the spiritual values. In here, we give the questionnaire for the mustahik to they fulfill that. How about their spiritual values, such as how they, when they got zakat from the Bengkulu Makmur, how they increase their spiritual values such as worship, like prayer, they pay zakat, and something like that. And we know that after receiving zakat, the spiritual value is have the increase before they receiving zakat. Next. And also in here, we account the mustahik spiritual values before and after giving zakat from the rank, and also get the mean rank in the 24, and they have the positive rank is 47. Next. In these tabulations, we also amount the poverty index. We have 4 element: welfare index, material poverty index, spiritual poverty index, and also absolute poverty index. Which these element we have the graphic in the quadrant in the CBS model, and they are the presentations chance. The highest presentations is the welfare index in the 48 presentations. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, you should look this capture or this picture. There is the poverty line spiritual, quadrant 1, quadrant 2, quadrant 3, and quadrant 4 with the CBS index. They are the score that well in the more than 3, and then material poverty more than 3, spiritual poverty less of the 3, and spiritual poverty quadrant 3 is less of the 3. Next. And after get receiving the Bengkulu Makmur, the graph of this poverty line, the well it's more than 3, and then the poverty material more than 3, and also the spiritual poverty is in the less of the 3. Next. Okay, the conclusion is providing a positive impact on the change in mustahik's household income with increasing income and spiritual value of mustahik, and then able to reduce the poverty level of mustahik both in terms of material and spiritual aspects, and able to improve the welfare of the mustahik household. So, ladies and gentlemen, we should have the simple conclusion that with use the CBIS approach, we found that through the Bengkulu Makmur programs in the Basnas province, the mustahik who given zakat, they have increases their spiritual values because they get some income from the zakat, such as productive zakat, so they can get another income, and also they know that they must increase their worship for their life, and it has the thankful to the Allah Subhanahu wa Taala because have they help from the Basnas province. That's all my presentations today. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Sister Amima. Yeah. For all participants and speakers, because this is the last presenter, if there are any questions or opinions, I welcome you to pass your questions. You can chat on the Q&A chat in the Zoom, or you can raise your hand. Any question?
Okay, I think I have a question.
Okay, Brother Rahman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sister Dara. Okay, my questions addressed to Sister Amima from Bengkulu, and I'm also from Bengkulu, but I stay in Palembang. Okay, Sir Amima, I think I interested about your paper about increasing income people in Bengkulu. All that we know that Bengkulu province is one of the higher poverty in Indonesia. And my question is, based on your research, is it you found something about that after receiving poverty, it could be increase the poverty. I mean, the wealth of people in Bengkulu, because we know that people in Bengkulu, it's not really productive. That is why Bengkulu province is become one of the poor poverty in Indonesia. And I saw the data that you show increased income after receiving zakat is really can impact the income. But my point is, it is can give the high gross national product to decrease the poverty in Bengkulu province or not? And can you explain about the valuations, internal value about the zakat itself? Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Dara, could I answer? Yeah. Thank you so much for the time. Okay, thank you, Bro Muhammad, for the questions. And also, I'm from Bengkulu, and I'm now in Palembang too. And
Oh, awesome.
yeah, so we have the same place. Okay, talking about the poverty, I agree with what you say, but now in my research, we only got the respondent from the Mustahik, and that's collected by the Basnas province, and I hope it could not be answer the generalizations poverty in the Bengkulu. But we know from the Basnas province, they have the program of the Bengkulu Makmur program, and they only give it to the mustahik that they collected the data for the mustahik, and in the periodical or in the they have the time to got the respondents who they give the Bengkulu Makmur program, and then in here maybe if you long time know back to Bengkulu, Bro Muhammad. Now Bengkulu city, I think it's more productive in the economic, such as in the UMKM or the small enterprises, because the government give the big support to them, and not only from the Basnas province, but also in the another instances in the zakat, such as Easy and then Dompet Duafa and other. I only got from the Basnas province, and beside Arif, Basnas province also make sure the mustahik have the productive value by lapak berkah and also from the Kordul Hasan Fund, who they cannot get the capital for their business. They got the money such as 500,000 to start their business and something like that. Now, in here, my research is not, that's why in my research, we not only measuring them from the material aspects, but also in the spiritual aspect. That's why I use CBES models, because in this model, we also want to know the mustahik got the zakat, they not only feel the income is increased, but how they can feel too, how they will be paying the muzaki. I think like that, because we know mustahik, it's not only they are also being mustahik as long as they get the income, but how they can being muzaki be based on the if their income increase and also their spiritual values, especially the feel them to pay zakat increase too. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amima, for the very clear explanation. So, Brother Rahman and Amima is same province, yeah?
Yeah.
From the same province. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we finish all the presentations. In sharp in 10 o'clock, yeah?
Yes.
So finally, we have come to the last agenda, and we would like to say thanks again for the presenters and all the audience for the active participations. Maybe I can conclude for these presentations that I can say that public policy and economic development will be able to run smoothly. It might be supported from all economic aspects, not only Islamic banking, Islamic capital market, Islamic management, and other and so forth. Okay. Hopefully, the presentations will be give benefit for us. Thank you for your attention and hard working. See you later on other conference.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you, Miss Sister Dara.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank
See
you
you
so
on
much,
next
Bye.
conference.
Mr. Chairman.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu semuanya.
Terima kasih.
Mbak Dara, saya chat Mbak Dara. Mbak boleh nggak fotonya kirim ke grup Mbak?
Foto yang tadi ya? Oke.
Iya.
Ya.
Thank
Iya.
you Mbak.
Ya. See you semuanya.
Arif Budiman.
Assalamualaikum.
Pak Arif
Ya.
Budiman. Ya.
Ya, salam kenal Pak.
Ya.
ICOSOPP pertama ikut ya Pak ya?
Ikut yang kita foto-foto di Masjid Raya itu.
Masya
Oke.
Allah. Iya, waduh, baru ingat.
Ya. Nanti kita kontak-kontakan ya di grup ya. Makasih.
Siap.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sister Dara izin live ya.
Ya, silakan Bapak Rahman.
Oke, izin live juga Mr. Dara. Mrs. Dara.
Cek, tes, suara dicoba. Cek, cek, tes, 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 tes. Ada suaranya? Masuk, Bang? Masuk. Oke. Tes, tes, cek, suara dicoba. Cek, 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 tes. Ada? Oke, tes, cek, udah. Oke, ini organisasi kita. Ibu hidupin kamera aja. Untuk audio biar semua nampak.
Langsung ya. Tes, tes. Tes.
Ya, sangat jelas. Terima kasih.
Dengar
Bu.
nggak?
Dengar.
Dengar. Oh, ini nggak usah matiin ya.
Kalau misalnya orang ini ngomong, kalau dipilih
Oh, nggak. Oh. Berarti ini nggak usah salah gitu anak panjang.
Tes. 1, 2, tes.
Okay. Are all the presenter already here? Yes. Sini. Satu lagi. Tidak ya. Can we start? Or we wait for one speaker, Mr. Ahmad Mahfuzi? Or we continue to start?
Hello. Is it my time?
Yes. Udah.
Can you
Okay.
share my presentation?
The PowerPoint?
Yeah. I've already submit
Okay, okay.
to.
I don't give the opening. Maybe we open first and then I will welcome all the presenters.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Let's open our parallel session today by saying basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My Honorable Dean, Bapak Professor Hafaz Bukani, and all the speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dara Manatila, the moderator of today's presentation session. I'm very pleased to see you all of you here on this Zoom and welcome all of you to this conference. Before we start, I would like to inform some important information to the presenters. First, all papers that have been submitted to this conference, hopefully it's follow the template that has been provided. We will have a Q&A session. Any opinion, question may be useful for the revision of the paper. And lastly, each presenter will be having 15 to 20 minutes to present, including the time for Q&A session. Before we begin, I would like to introduce you all the presenters. There are Muhammad Sibil Nur, Muhammad Shabil Nur Muhammad, and Muhammad Aslam Akbar. The next, Malika Mulki, Oktadila, dan Maftuhatus Solihah. The next is Samsul Idul Adha dan Nilam Sari, Ahmad Mahfuzi Mafrudo, and Sister Aziza Septiani, and Maftuhatus Solihah. So let's start our session. For the first turn, I will be given this floor to the first presenter by Muhammad Shabil Nur Muhammad. The title of the presentation is An Approach to Economic Justice in Contemporary Economic Crisis. Please welcome Brother Muhammad Shabil.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Can you present my slide?
Wait for a while. As 2 minutes, brother. Okay. You can present, brother.
All right. Thank you. Assalamualaikum again. My name is Muhammad Shabil bin Nur Muhammad, and together presenting co-authored this paper is Dr. Muhammad Aslam Bakar. We are from International Islamic University of Malaysia, from the Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences. And our presentation for today is about revisiting economic justice, a review of approaches amidst contemporary economic crisis. Thank you for the opportunity for us to present this paper. Next slide, please. Okay, in order for us to understand the current scenario of economics, I think it's better for us to briefly understand what is the meaning of economic itself. Now, according to Britannica, economy is defined as the process of system by which goods and services produced, sold, and bought in a country or region, whereas Keynes defined economy as a macroeconomic theory of total spending in the economy and its effects on output, employment, and inflation. Of course, economy is very significant to many sorts of matters, including individual, community, and a nation, because it's a set of benchmark to this criteria. And the definition given earlier are the definition given by the contemporary economy, which was defined by the Western economics, namely Adam Smith, John Maynard Keynes, Milton Friedman, Alfred Marshall, and their economic theories are being used in vastly manners of our economic system. Instead, what I want to highlight for today is about our own economic system, which is the Islamic economy. Now, Islam has prevailed for so many years before the time of Renaissance. We are the pioneer of the economy. We have produced its theories, we have produced its framework for our own community and even replicated by the people even by non-Muslim. Now, Islam as shumul, which is comprehensive and perfect. Therefore, it's not a surprise that Islam has covered this topic way before the scholars, as mentioned previously. Islam has produced so many economic scholars. For example, Abu Yusuf, Al-Ghazali, Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn Khaldun, and many more. However, they are not credited much on economic thoughts. Instead, they are more credited into theology. For example, Al-Ghazali and Ibn Taymiyyah. Therefore, we would like to reinstate their Islamic economic thought so that it can be reinstated in our current use of economy system. Next slide, please. The objective of this paper is to look at the background of the Islamic economic system and compare it to the conventional along the timeline and history. Secondly, to provide the issues that are related to contemporary Islamic economics with a detailed and fair analysis. And thirdly is provide some suggestions to further improve the system of Islamic economic that is currently in use. Next slide. Now, Islamic economic approach. Now, to explain about the Islamic economic approach is a very complex and very lengthy, with a very lengthy history, because it started from the Prophet ﷺ and extended to so many dynasties and so many kingdoms throughout the Islamic history. Now, Islamic economic scholars define Islamic economic as a methodology focused on principles, norms, rules, and structures presenting extracted from the roots of wisdom in Islam to interpret and solve man's economic problem. Of course, the source of economics, the root of wisdom in Islam is the Quran and the Sunnah itself. And there are various places in the Quran that stated that has connection about the Islamic economy. For example, in Surah Al-A'raf and Surah Al-Isra, verse 29, do not be so tight-fisted, for you will be blameworthy, no so open-handed, for you will be end up in authority. To empower the Islamic economic approach, we need to identify the Islamic principles of it and emphasize the economic efficiency. And secondly, the principles of social justice. Islam recognizes the differences between people's ability to be productive. Therefore, these two criteria that are needed for us to empower the Islamic economic approach so that it can be reinstated in our current use of Islamic economy. Next slide. In the advancement of the era, systemized Islamic economic approach is required, which contain the norms and the value of the current behavior of Muslim. There are 4 steps which is drawn in the slides. Firstly, the need to look at all the verses in the main source of Islam, which is the Quran and the Sunnah, that have relations to economy, and 4 worldviews that have to derive from the Islamic economic vision. Secondly, systemizing these verses and practices into principles, postulates, hypotheses, precepts, and assumptions, which all will be investigated and validated, or otherwise, and the word and the ideas implicit in them. And third, to study and sifting of contemporary Western economic thought. This, the third category indicates that we do not totally abandon the current contemporary economic system. Instead, if there is a benefit from the contemporary economic system, so that we Islamic economic scholars can benefit from it, we can use it and repair it to turn it into something better so that it can be in place. And the finally is to check theories or the problem of authority and legitimacy. Next slide. The Islamic economic started, as I mentioned, from the time of the Prophet ﷺ and up to the rightly guided Khalifa al-Rashidin. And the Caliphate of Umayyad, Abbasid, and the understanding of the non-Muslims about the view of Islamic economy only started during the 1950s, whereby the first Islamic bank, solely called, started in Egypt. However, they need to be understand that our own Islamic economic system already started way before that, and our system has been developed for so many centuries that it can be in place, and it has been in place for so many centuries. Therefore, their understanding need to be corrected, and it should be not started from the 1950s. Instead, it should be started from the time of the Prophet itself. Next slide, please. Issues of the Islamic economic that is currently in place. The first one is variety of opinion in understanding the sources. Of course, the Quran and the Sunnah is our source of wisdom, whereby we find our clarity, we find our source of ideas, how to provide our own idea from the sources. Now, despite the source is universal, is the same throughout the Islamic world, but the interpretation of scholars in understanding the verses is different. Therefore, we may identify some issues that is currently in place. For example, the principles of Bay al-Ina in our region is permissible. However, in some parts of the world, Bay al-Ina is impermissible because of the element of uncertainty in Bay al-Ina. And secondly, there is no systematic study. Islam encourages believers to spend their wealth in the path of Allah and remains the brotherhood in the base of Islam. Therefore, there are certain numbers of charges incurred toward the wealth collected by an individual with a minimum rate imposed. There is no systematic study where about the action of sadaqah, whereby Islam encourages the action of sadaqah very, very much. But the study of Muslims' behavior in spending towards sadaqah, there is no systematic study. And this in-systematic study happens to the system of waqaf and zakat as well. And thirdly, the outdated field. The world changes into something that has been never thought of. Previously, we only focus on only formal job. Now, especially after the pandemic, people are more into gig economy, which is named as the informal workplace, informal job. The current framework of the Islamic economy only focuses on the formal economy, and there is very less study about the gig economy, which create a very flawed economy for us to look into, because the economy is incomplete because we only study on the formal economy instead of study the whole economy, which contain the gig economy as well. Next slide, please. What we propose in our paper is firstly to implement Islamic-based goals and policy. There's no reason for us to create an Islamic economic framework according to the Westernist view. As I emphasized in my early slide, we have our own tradition, we have our own histories that span around the centuries, and it has been implemented in the society. Therefore, it has been in use throughout the centuries. And secondly, unified fatwas. Different fatwas given by different scholars will create confusion throughout the Islamic world. Therefore, we would like the scholars to sit in a conference, in a table, sitting down together to identify to give a unified fatwa so that we can have one framework for one unified Muslim world. And the next one is theories with practical application. Once the fatwas about the unification, the unified fatwas has been given out, it should be applied in the practical world to see the success. And of course, the last one is the support from the government. We would urge the government to take in use of the practical application, especially the countries with majority Muslims. Next slide. And for conclusion, incorporating Islamic element into the economic framework should be part of the effort to strengthen the faith of Muslim. And second, Muslim economies should focus on current issues that are being faced by Muslims as a whole, not just in their respective nation. And lastly, Islam should emphasize brotherhood together in creating a framework that is suitable for the Muslims and non-Muslim altogether. And is there anything left on my side? Okay, should I remind all of you to one verse of the Quran, which is to Allah alone belongs the kingdom of the heavens and the earth and everything within, and He is the most capable of everything. This is from Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 120. From the verse of Quran, what we can conclude is that this is the economic principle that Islam holds, which is from Allah itself. That is to believe that all the wealth in the world and the raw materials are absolute property of Allah. Man was appointed as caliph to manage all that belongs of Allah for the pleasure of the world. Each individual must exercise the trust fairly and equitable and not oppress others individual. That's all from us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Brother Muhammad Sabil, for very informative presentations. All right, now we will move to Q&A session. If there are any questions or opinions, I welcome you to pass the questions. You can chat on the Q&A chat in Zoom, or you can raise your hand. Any question maybe from other participants? No question or opinion? Okay, we have maybe I come to Bapak Ahmad Matfuzi.
Well, thank you for the chance. It is very insightful from Brother Muhammad Sabil. My question is there the best conceptualizations or maybe the best framework of Islamic what we say Islamic fundamental or maybe Islamic perspective that relate to how is the empowerment that empowerment linked to social justice, linked to what we say when we minimize the disparity among Muslims, among human being in the world. That's one question for me. Thank you.
Okay, in order for sorry. Can I answer that? Okay, sorry. In order for us to calculate the justice, the amount of justice, the success of the Islamic framework, we have to create a comprehensive study. Like I said, our studies in, for example, the Sadaqah, which is one of the solution for poverty in our society is not being calculated. The sadaqah is being given to people even with a very low minimal income, to people who are even needed it. But the calculation on it is very poor, so that therefore we cannot really calculate whether this is being very successful or not. But in Malaysia's context, for people in very rural area, even though they are not living in very lavish homes, but they are very close-knitted. They are very close-knitted. Allow me to show for a very example. People in a village able to help people who are very poor, even though the person is not really needed it, in a very sorry, let me rephrase it. A poor family in a village is able to live in our world due to the help of the villages in the country, in the community. This is by the help of the sadaqah, the wakaf, which the village is able to give a land to the poor people for them to live in, so that they can survive in this world. This is the sort of economic justice that I am mentioning about, whereby all of the participants in the community take charge in the community. And of course, to provide a framework, like I said, the current secular expand of the economy given by the Westerners. I hope I can understand you what I'm mentioning about the secular business of the economy given by the Keynes, which means there is a household, there is a state, there is a public, there is a private sector. That should be changed, because as the world progresses, we have a value. Islam has a value. We don't entirely count on materialistic. It needs to be changed. I hope that answered your question.
One question more.
Yes.
What is the contextualization of Islamic justice, according to you?
The context of Islamic justice.
Contextualizations of Islamic justice, according to you.
The context, of course, follow the wisdom of our sources, which is the Quran and the Sunnah, and whatever is illegal, we do not take that in our framework. And people are being treated equally throughout the community, and there is no persecutions of economy. And of course, all people are given equal opportunity.
Yeah, thank you very much. Jazakallah.
Okay, thank you, Brother Muhammad Shabil, for the answer. Maybe there is one more question from Brother Shamsul Idul Adha. Please, you, brother.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Maybe I have one question about your presentation. Your presentation is very interesting, insightful, and involves a broad analysis on issue, especially in economic methodology. And I think your systemized Islamic economic approach is very interesting.
I cannot hear you very clearly.
I'm sorry?
I cannot hear you very clearly, sorry. There's echo.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Is this clear now?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. Maybe I will give a question, a simple question. Is your methodology approach a scientification of knowledge? Do you use scientification of knowledge? Because in the systemized Islamic economic approach, you state that you start from first. You start from the Masadir Shari'ah or authoritative or epistemology in this context. I just want to clarify in this section only.
Sorry.
Okay.
What was the question again? Did the moderator can clearly hear you?
Is my voice clear? Is my voice clear?
Yeah.
Okay. My question is, do you use scientification of knowledge in your methodology section?
Do I use a
scientification of knowledge approach?
Scientification of knowledge?
Approach in your methodology section.
Okay. In the paper, there is no empirical data, so there's no primary source. It's mostly secondary source based on the current Islamic economy that is in place. So there is very minimal scientific data is being in place. It's mostly the secondary data.
Okay, Brother Samsul. Okay, thank you, Brother Muhammad Shabil, for for the answer. I think that there is no further questions for Brother Muhammad Shabil. So thank you for the presentation. So we will move to our next presenter. Our next presenter is Sister Malika Mulki or Maftuhatus Solihat. Are you here? No? Maybe we move to the next presenter on this list, yeah? Brother Shamsul Idul Adha. The title of the presentation is Redefining Market Mechanism, a Conceptual Islamic Economic System Framework. The floor is yours.
Okay, is my voice clear? Okay, can you share my presentation file? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today, I will give a brief presentation on my paper. This paper entitled Redefining Market Mechanism, a Conceptual Islamic Economic System Framework. Okay. Let me start now, please. Okay. For the introduction, I will give some brief depiction about what is market economy. Market economy is working towards market mechanism in allocating economic resources efficiently and effectively. We should highlight the word efficient and effective. This is These are the key concept of we know as market economy in neoclassical economics. So the problem is in allocating economic results. For this reason, we cannot say that market mechanism is merely positive economic topic. Market mechanism is not only a positive statement of positive economy only. It should be analyzed, discussed under political economy topic, political economy approach, political economy perspective. So if we put the term political economy perspective, market mechanism is also a topic in Islamic economy. Market mechanism is something very important, critical in Islamic economics perspective. So which we should show that market mechanism in Islamic economic concept is different totally, completely with neoclassical economics. In neoclassical economic, let me say from Adam Smith, John Stuart Mills, Nassau Senior, and many more, they pitch Islamic economic, they pitch market mechanism as the representation of materialistic intention, materialistic motivation, and something like that. But in Islamic economics, we also recognize, we also considers the altruistic legal norms and also ethics about market mechanism. So in this research, I want to redefine, this research wants to redefine the concept of market mechanism in Islamic economic context theory, and to depict, to show that all market mechanism is different from neoclassical economics. We should guide the Islamic legal approach and socio-economic analysis in Islamic society context. And then this the definition of market mechanism will be developed into Islamic economic framework as a new theoretical model, a new theoretical framework, and something like that. Okay, please next. Okay, about the methodology section, I should clarify here that we use critical analysis method, which this method was introduced by Timur Quran, Professor Jomo, Kwame Sundaram, and also by Muhammad Arif in the book Islamic Economic, A New Direction and Concept. I think that's the title, Critical Analysis Method. In this critical analysis method, we want to evaluate the market mechanism in neoclassical economic concept, in neoclassical economic theory, and then we want to propose a new conceptual framework which is distinguishedly, uniquely different from neoclassical economic concept. And then all data analysis, we take journal, books, conference paper, and something like that. And then the data resources, we take classical and modern text, also including Al-Muqaddimah, we use Al-Hisbah from Ibn Taymiyyah, and many classical texts, something like that. Okay, please, next. Okay, I want to introduce a brief depiction about neoclassical market mechanism. Neoclassical market mechanism, according to Caporaso and Levin in their book, The Theories of Political Economy, 1992, a market mechanism in neoclassical is self-regulating market, all based on self-regulating theory. What is self-regulating theory? That is circular flow of input and output factors in fulfill human needs. And then in neoclassical market mechanism, they recognize the concept of invisible hand. The concept the invisible hand is something different what Al-Baqillani in his kitab At-Tabhib Al-Baqillani and Al-Imam Qadi Abdul Jabbar propose as the concept of the God involvement in price determination or price discovery. That's something different. In this context, invisible hand is directing self-interest to accomplish social interest. This is very unique concept of classical economic. Okay, in neoclassical or classical economic, we know the concept of the Say's law or the law of Say. They said that supply creates its demand and something like that. But I think Veblen and Keynes critique the concept of market mechanism, the concept of general equilibrium, which is introduced by Leon Wallace, and also Alfred Marshall. Please, next. Okay, in the context of Islam and market system, we know that Islam recognized the concept of market activity as the institutional arrangement concept. What is institutional arrangement concept? That is the consensus that is the arrangement among the market participants, including the organized body of market, normative rules, and also the market participant overall, including the buyers, the sellers, the supply side and demand side power. And Islam completely delegates the autonomy of market activity and prohibits any market intervention, including the concept of tas'ir. And this concept is also supported by some scholars, by the classical scholars, including Al-Shafi'i, Abu Yusuf, Al-Ghazali, Ibn Khaldun, Ibn Taymiyyah, Qadi Abdul Jabbar, and many more, about the concept of market mechanism as the mechanism in price determination or price discovery. Okay, please, next. So in Islamic context, we consider the concept of perfect market competition. This is the ideal concept, a normative concept, ideal concept. But the problem is, in Islamic economic context, the perfect market competition is represented by the concept of fair price, qimah al-misil. What is qimah al-misil? In price discovery, the determination of price should be following the intention of market, the arrangement of market, not by the intervention of power, not by the intervention of externality and something like that. Okay, please, next. In Islamic context, we also, as I stated before, the moral or the ethical and the altruistic issues, including the problem of moral indigenous as power in market mechanism. We should consider that economic problem is not only about materialistic problem, but also altruistic problem, morality, ethical, and something like that. For this reason, we should emphasize, we should highlight that Islamic economic agents of Homo Islamicus must be ethical, must be prioritized ethical option and debunk, condemn unethical option. Unethical option is not relevant or irrelevant with economic context of the agent of economy. The agent of economy in Islamic context is based on the concept of ethical option and something like that. And we should consider the problem of moral, including moral hazard, Machiavellianism, and incentive problem. Okay, please, next. Okay, in Islamic context, we also recognize the concept of market monitoring as non-market mechanism body or non-market mechanism authority to supervise, to observe the Shari'ah compliance of market participants and to prevent any unfair and unreasonable behavior in market, including ihtikar, bay'ud dayan, and something like that, and to enforce market regulation and norms and to take action for any violation and fraudulent behavior which is committed by market agents. Please, next. Okay, this is market mechanism in Islamic history. I want to say that in Islamic history, there was some government intervention, including importing of commodity, tas'ir, and something like that. For this reason, it is permissible for the government to intervene the market activity in order to enforce the market stability, to take action on the market fraud, the market misconduct, and something like that, to increase the supply of commodities, the supplies of necessary commodities, and something like that. And for this reason, we know that in the era of Caliph Umar, there is importing policy to increase the supply of some commodities in market, and this is something different from the market, the engineering, which is practiced among the neoclassical economists. Okay, this next. Okay, this is this section deals to the discussion among the scholars, the ulama, the economists, the classical scholars about the permissibility of tas'ir or state intervention. I want to say here that some scholars, including Ash-Shawkani and Ibn Qudamah, completely clearly prohibit price fixing of tas'ir, and they pitch tas'ir or price fixing as unjust and risky policy. But some other scholars, including Ibn Taymiyyah, Yahya Ibn Umar, and I think Qadi Abdul Jabbar, permit price fixing of tas'ir in the context to manage the problem of price error discovery, which is the implication of market misconduct, market fraud, and something like that. And also, as I said before, something like ihtikar, iktirak, bay'ud dayan, tadlis, and many more. Okay, the last section. So in this last section, I want to highlight, I want to emphasize what is market mechanism in Islamic economy. Market mechanism in Islamic economy completely highlights, recognize, considers the necessity of free market system, but also we need to apply the principle of Islamic norms, the Shari'ah, Shari'ah, and the ethical issue, ethical conduct, and something like that in realizing economic welfare. And in Islamic economic system, we need to enforce the function of monitoring al-hisbah, al-muhtasib, to ensure that market activity is working well based on the principle of Islamic norms, based on the Shari'ah, based on Islamic ethics, and something like that. And also, the market is working, conducting fairly. And in this last section, I want to say that the market intervention, the government intervention, the Hulud Dawlah is needed to be applied to prevent market failure, and to enforce the market fair activity through providing socio-economic regulation and price fixing in order to prevent the error pricing in market activity. Okay, thank you very much. I think I should end my presentation, and I hope to discuss this topic comprehensively. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Brother Sato, for very powerful and presentations. Any question maybe from other speakers? Question or opinions? You can raise your hand, or everything is clear. Okay, I think no questions. Yeah. So we move to our next presenter. According to the list, the fourth presenter is Bapak Ahmad Mahfuzi Mafrubo. The title of the presentation is The Theory of Economic Development of Ibn Khaldun, Interrelation Between Justice and Umran al-Alam. The floor is yours, Bapak Ahmad.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Can you share my presentation, Mr. Alhamdulillah, binamatillahi tatimul sholihat, wassalatu wassalam ala sayyidil mursalin, wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Firstly, thank you very much for moderator, Ms. Dara Amanatila, and honorable all speakers. For this opportunity, I would like to discuss or to share my paper entitled The Theory of Economic Development of Ibn Khaldun. Is an attempt to interrelate between justice and Umran al-Alam. Next. From this paper, I start this paper from what is the problem research identifications, because when we start these identifications, we then can answer this problem from the perspective of Ibn Khaldun. There are 7 points, seven numbers related to problem research identifications. Number 1, about the definitions, definitions of the economic development. Why should I write firstly, number 1, the economic development definitions? Because I found misinterpretations or misunderstanding, or maybe there's something wrong about its economic development according many scholars, maybe Western or Islam scholars. But here I underline that those definitions from all over the world or from many scholars, to me, maybe it will be corrected because of causes imbalance, causes unbalance, causes disparity, and then not related to the justice. The justice. So number 2, what is the imbalance of economic development which causes unbalanced nature? Because when economic development firmly processed successfully, but that economic development still causes unbalanced nature. When the unbalance is linked to harming of natural ecosystem, this is the problem. This is the problem. Then then these identifications will be one of the problem research. So number 4, when productions are processed successfully, ironically change their mind to focus on being disruptive innovators or disruptive innovations. When the firm or when the house productions, when the MKM maybe are processed successfully, they should not be disruptive innovators. This is the underline and something important to us to underline that important things. So number 5, from these identifications, I find that the question is how to start development with the whole growth with justice and growth with equity. Then the development, when the development is development as what we refer to, what we hope also, then this development should be with whole growth with justice, and growth with equity. And the question, is it implemented or not? And number 6, how to create an economy that is compatible with the principle or foundation of the faith, Islamic framework. And number 7, which kind of economic development should be referred to? This is the problem research identification. Then we step to the next slide. Next slide. I write down here for the third slide is from the publications of Calero and Turner 2020, that the author of Islamic economic development for significant change minimize conditions of imbalance. And then the problem is imbalance, the problem of imbalance in everything, in economic scope, in politics scope, in culture scope, or in maybe in life scope. Next. The economic theory of development, according to the perspective of Ibn Khaldun, doesn't only provide the focus of study of how the economy can be transformed and built, provides space for any multidisciplinary science to analyze the development of economic theory. Then Ibn Khaldun is not doesn't let himself to say that this economic science is stand alone, but this economic science can be transformed and built and also integrate for multidisciplinary science to maybe to me maybe to get a solution for solution as well. Then Ibn Khaldun say that provides space for any multidisciplinary science to analyze development of economic theory. Next slide, please. For the next slide, maybe it is how is the history of Ibn Khaldun, because Ibn Khaldun is prominent, popular, and he is also master of all trades. Yeah, I say that Ibn Khaldun is master of all trades. He is sociologist, he is economic, and also he is also pious. He is also rationalist. He is also sophistic. Yeah. Then I say that Ibn Khaldun is the master of all trade, of all everything. The next, please. And for the next slide, also we have the three kinds of important things. We start from the what is the paradigm of conventional economic development. I start here to compare then to evaluate also to conclude also. Then we start from the paradigm of conventional economic. From this paradigm of conventional economic development, the term development basically describes the process and effort to improve several crucial aspects such as economic development, politics, culture, community infrastructure, and others. So the development, basically is not only to develop economy, but to develop everything from economy, politics, culture, community infrastructure, and others. So from this paradigm also, I have one question. Is the development the same as the social change? Yeah. If it is same, why? If it is not same, why? Because when it is the same, it is related to what you say materialistic things. If it not same, it is not related to materialistic things. This is the questions. So number 3, the flow shows up with the models from Rostow, Howard Dahmer, Lewis, and Endogen create the model, a model of economic development that emphasize human capital. Yes, human capital is important things from economic development because has recently been developed. In a broader sense, distinctive threat, specific issues, our and covered belief, and political and social infrastructure all have an impact on the development theories put forward by the West. So the last, many people are also unaware of how and to what extent the idea of economic development is influenced by one's perspective of life or what view. Then when the term development is maybe one conceptualization is not the same with other conceptualization, it is because of influenced by one's perspective on life. Okay, please next. Second things is what is the basic philosophy of economic development from Islamic perspective? Yeah, there are 5 points. They are from the fundamental component of Islam. When we are talking about Islamic economic development, also include 3 kinds: Tauhid, Rububiyah, Khalifah, and Tazkiyah. This is the fundamental component when we are talking about philosophy of economic development. Then development also involves spiritual, moral, and natural component in the empirical applicative framework based on these 4 philosophical tenets. So the values from those 2 numbers in the development of Islamic viewpoint are not dissimilar from the objective associated with them. Then additionally, economic development also emphasizes dialectical process. Then in economic development, we found dialectical process and the interactions of people with the culture surrounding. Yeah, interaction, dialectical, and also when the dialectical interactions is processed, then the culture also will be one of thing that conclude on this economic development. So as stated, my brother Muhammad Samsul Idul before that, according to Islam, the ultimate goal of growth is not the usual slogan Homo economicus, but Homo Islamicus, which refers to those who act in accordance with the demand of Islamic teaching. Then maybe this is redefine what we redefine, but reevaluate, yeah, because slogan Homo economicus still have problem. Then we evaluate by Homo Islamicus, yeah, Islamicus. So next, please. So the last is what is the economic development perspective of Ibn Khaldun? Yeah, Ibn Khaldun has a magnum opus, have a best book, popular book entitled Al-Muqaddimah, and this Al-Muqaddimah also wrote about development. Then development lead to Umron al-Alam, and from the development, Ibn Khaldun talk about how to prosper nature, yeah, how to emphasize about the conditions of nature, not only to develop something, develop culture, develop economic, but when develop something, don't forget to prosper nature. This is to me. The first is made up of 3 part: universe, Istima Insani, Tarikh, Al-Insan, Al-Haya, Kaun, and also are 3 components of the term Umron al-Alam. These 3 components, 3 basic components of Umron al-Alam. So Ibn Khaldun also underlined the function of Shari'ah and state. Yeah, is it integrate or is it not integrate? Ya, gitu. The idea of brotherhood, unity, realizing the Christian state, wealth from the Umron are, and also what motivate the interaction between three elements, Asobia, Daulah, and Umron. So, in the other hand, Ibn Khaldun has also 8 main conceptualization for the theory of development, Kalimah Hikamiyah. I took from Chapra's book that Chapras wrote that Ibn Khaldun has 8 main conceptualization for the theory of development. Those kalima hikamiyah or noble sentence here to me is strong government can only be realized through the implementation of Shari'ah. The Shari'ah cannot be realized except through the government. The kingdom cannot increase its power except through the community. Community cannot survive except with wealth. Wealth cannot be obtained except with development, imara. Development cannot be obtained except with justice. Justice is the al-mizan criterion by which God judge people. And 8, the government is changed with the responsibility of realizing justice. Those are my presentations. Thank you very much, and I apologize for my shortcomings, shortage for my presentations. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Ahmad Mahfuzi, for the very good presentation. Maybe we can ask all the speakers any questions. Brother Shamsul, maybe you want to give opinion? Bapak Prof. Hafaz, maybe?
Okay, let me ask. Brother Mahfuzi, actually, congratulations for your paper, but I haven't listened fully your presentation just now. But I'm interested with what you have mentioned about the Islamic concept of development, because this is what actually mankind are looking for, a meaningful concept of development. Because yes, now human beings, according to Noah Harari, Yuval Noah Harari said that the current civilization has achieved the achievement of current civilization. There is no other civilization in the past that have achieved tremendous progress in the civilization compared to the current civilization. Yeah. So that is according to Yuval Harari. But the problem with the current civilization is that the progress and development is not meaningful. It is meaningless because of the material domination, because of the materialist worldview, right? So human being lost its humanity. But yes, we are developed, we are having progress. But in terms of humanity, as compared to the past civilization, to the classical civilization, our humanity is less is value less compared to the others. So what do you think about this? And then what will be your opinions or your proposals for the Islamic concept of development and Islamic concept of civilization? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for us. It's kindly honorable to me to answer your questions about that problem. Maybe I took Professor Nokib Alatas concept that currently umat Islam about what we say has loss of adab, loss of adab. Then To me, adab is what we say lowest than other. When we are talking about development, when we are talking about change, or maybe disruptive people, and also anything problem, when we identify it, then we can re-evaluate from what Prof. Naquib Alatas said, that the first problem is loss of adab. When adab is lost, or when adab is covered by materialistic thing, when adab covered by what we say, syahwat, hawa nafsu, it is already what we say diminish, what we say itu akan bisa terhapus, akan bisa hilang dengan sendirinya, karena adab itu yang sudah terpisah dengan ruh jasad kita sendiri itu. Mungkin itu, maaf atas segala kekurangan.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Professor.
Thank you for our Dean, and thank you so much for Bapak Ahmad Mahfuzi for the response. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention, please? Our panel session of the conference is about to begin. Thank you so much for preparing yourself to join our virtual conference. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'in ala umuri dunya waddin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Honorable to all presenter and also to all our audiences. Welcome to the second day of the second International Conference on Shari'ah-Oriented Public Policy in Islamic Economic System 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rahmi Mutia. I will be charged as the moderator in this panel session. I'm very pleased to welcome all of you in this prestigious conference. Before starting the presentation, I would like to inform you some points regarding the presentation. First, each presenter should spend 15 to 20 minutes on presentation. Second, we will have Q&A session after all the presentation are completed. If you have any questions to the presenter, please state your name, your institution, and also which speaker will you be asking for. Okay, I hope it is clear for you all. Well, let's start our panel presentation. For the first presentation, the first presentation is about government corruption, causes, consequences, and integrated solution from Islamic and Western perspective. For the presenter, the time is yours.
Thank you so much, sister. Jazakumullah khair. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. Can you share the presentation slides or I share them myself? Do I have to share them?
No, we are going to share the slide. Wait a minute.
Okay, thank you so much. Jazakumullah khair. I will start our presentation, and it's regarding the government corruption causes, consequences. It's an integrated solutions from Islamic and Western perspective. My name is Abdullah Mut'ib Baziad, and this was written with collaboration with my Dr. Muhammad Aslam Akbar and IIUM, and also my colleague Fatima Ghazanfar Ilahi. So next slide. Okay, before we start, we give you a short introduction about what's the flow of our presentation, starting by overview about the paper as a whole, and then we'll go to the research aim, contribution, definition, background, corruption in Quran and Sunnah, and after that we'll go to the causes and consequences from Islamic and Western view, and also finally we will look at the mitigation strategies from Islamic and Western perspective. After that we conclude our presentation. Next. The flow of this one, or the overview of the paper, we discuss the corruption or government corruption from Quran and Sunnah perspective, and where it's mentioned and what is meaning, and also discuss the definitions. And after that, we will come up with the causes and consequences from Islamic and Western perspective. What did the scholars, the classical and modern scholars, they said about corruption, its causes and its consequences, and also the effects of corruption on governments and the effects of on prosperity and development. And ending, we will end about forming this one, which was integrated approach or integrated solutions to mitigate corruption in the government sector. Next. So the research aim for this paper is to formulate effective strategies towards curbing corruption in the government sector. And this one will be integrated approach between the historical and contemporary perspectives from the Western and the Islamic views, both of them. So what's the unique thing about this paper? The unique thing we believe that is the integration knowledge between the Islamic and Western literature, and also from the contemporary and the modern now, the contemporary and the classical literature. And after that, we collect the causes and consequences from both perspectives, try to break the gap between these two views, and come up with our integrated strategies to fight corruption in the government sector. And these solutions, inshallah, will be practical solutions and can be implemented easily by each government and each community if they have the will to change and they have the will to adopt these strategies. Next. Starting by the definition of the corruption, there are many definitions, but in our context today, the definition is related to government corruption. So it's abusing power, public power, for the private gain, and that will undermining the trust on the government and justice system. As we can see, corruption causes the hindering prosperity and economic development, especially in those developing countries. And the background of the corruption and the corruption exists everywhere in every country, but in different proportions or different effects. For example, the developing countries are one of the most countries that they are suffering the most from corruption, aside from the developed countries who are already developed many strategies, and they reduce the corruption to a certain point. And also, as the United Nations has adopted and has identified corruption as a major obstacle to sustainable development, and they have one goal, 17th goal, which is related to governance, try to curb corruption and put it on its first priorities. Next slide. Corruption mentioned in Quran and Sunnah. We are in this paper, we are going or launching our discussion from the ground of the basics of corruption, the roots of corruption in Quran and Sunnah, and how it's dealt in our Turath, which is Quran and Sunnah, and what's mentioned by other ulama. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in Quran mentioned in ayah وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُمْ لَا تُفْسِدُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ قَالُوا إِنَّمَا نَحْنُ مُصْلِحُونَ. And those, when they said to them, do not cause corruption in the earth, they said, but we are the reformers. So the first point, that those who, the corrupted people, they think themselves they are reformers, or they conceive the people that the action they are doing is reforming, while they are can you go back to the previous one? The previous slide, please. Okay, while they are the reformers. And the second one, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, أَلَا إِنَّهُمْ هُمُ الْمُفْسِدُونَ وَلَكِنْ لَا يَشْعُرُونَ. Those, they are unquestionably, there are the corruptors, and they are the deceivers, but they perceive they are not. This type of corruptors, they are corrupted, but they don't feel that they are corrupted. Away from the first type, that they are corrupted, but they deceive people that they are not, they are reforming, not corruption. And in the Sunnah, the Prophet ﷺ, he mentioned that there are 4 characteristics if it was in a man or a person, that he will be declared as a true hypocrite. And that's the main one that he mentioned regarding to our topic, is when he is trusted, he betrays. This is what they call the betrayal of the amana. So this is the mention in the Quran and the Sunnah regarding the corruption. So this is the foundation of our discussion from this launching from Quran and Sunnah. So we go to the next slide. Moving to discussion of causes and consequences of corruption, we've collected many from the literature, the contemporary and also the classical. And we start about Ibn Khaldun, about his thoughts about causes and consequences of corruption of the government. He perceives that the causes of the corruption in the government, or the collapse of dynasties, as he stated, is the luxurious lifestyle of the nation. When a nation gets used to a luxurious lifestyle and they want to maintain this lifestyle, and one time when they cannot maintain this high level of luxurious life, they will use the manipulation, they will use their power, they will abuse their official status to divert the resources to their own interest. And this inefficiencies in government revenue allocation will cause losses in the revenue for the government. And thus the consequences of this one is that the government will seek more funding. The funding, where it comes from? It comes from taxation, and more taxation will lead to loss in the revenues, and also this cycle continues so on until it leads to the in the classical history, it leads to the fall of dynasties, and now in our contemporary time, it leads to these countries to stay underdeveloped forever. Al-Ghazali, in his approach, in his Kitab Nasihatul Muluk, he said that the corruption, he relates the corruption to the leaders. So the role model is the stone here for the corruption. So if the leader is corrupted, the whole country will be corrupted, or the whole officials will be corrupted. And the reason why this government, the leaders are corrupted, is because the scholars or ulama are not there to giving their advice, or to make awareness, to transfer the awareness to the public about these practices of the corrupted leaders. And then he discussed why these scholars are corrupted, and mainly he discussed that those because of their love of life or love of wealth and success lead them to be corrupted, and that lead to the corrupted leaders, and this is the cycle of corruption for Al-Ghazali. Shah Waliullah al-Dihlawi, he mentioned about the causes, and he agrees also with Ibn Khaldun that the luxurious lifestyle is the cause of the corruption in the country, and the consequences also, he said that it will decrease the productivity and will lead to hindering prosperity and economic underdevelopment in this country. Another scholar, which is Al-Mumani, he gave two consequences of the what they call it, the causes of the corruption. He gave it from two perspectives: the expenses and revenues perspective and the public spending perspective. So he mentioned that the customs duty avoidance will reduce the government revenue, and then this is considered as waste for public resources, which leads to cuts in development programs. So he said that the corruption will be affecting the government budget or government expenses on development projects such as education, welfare, and so on. And regarding to public spending, he said that the corrupted government will prioritize buying weapons to safeguard them, and also they will hire high-tech medical items, and this one will lead to and bribery will be spreading, and this one will lead to neglecting the welfare of the people. Finally, Sayyid Hussein Al-Attas, he mentioned the causes of corruption, and he focused on the absence of anti-corruption committees or supervision committees, and also that he related that the government itself is designed for corruption. The government itself corruption, either due to colonization or either it's due to the lack of moral ethics. Next one. Moving to the Western perspective about the causes and consequences of corruption. This one, the Fishini, he said that the bribes are more effective. The bribery, if the bribery existed in a fragile state, that will cause a misallocation caused by the need of secrecy and corrupted practices. He mentioned that if the corrupted government, what's the effect of corrupt government in this context, that if there's a corrupt government, they will seek to gain more from these projects. So if the necessity requires them to shift the project or shift the budget from the development projects such as education and healthcare and welfare, because these things they cannot profit from them more, they will shift it to other infrastructure things which is easy to hide and easy to steal from this one, they will do, and this will be at the cost of the public interest. And Amaro, he mentioned that the consequences of the corruption is that it will be divert workers from activities, and also it impact hiring and promotion, and will cause financial inefficiencies, and also will make barrier to market entry for many companies who are seeking to enter in this market, but they cannot due to the corruption. Alexander Graf, he related the corruption, the consequences of corruption. He mainly focused on the lack of economic competition. So the lack of economic competition, that's the main cause for him, according to him, for the government corruption. Because if you have a lot of government companies and there's no private sector to compete with them, so that will create a high demand for government tools, and this will lead to existing of a bribery system, and that also will create the corruption in the government sector. Next. Now we move to the solution proposed, which is proposed by the Islamic perspective. Ibn Khaldun, he proposed a market surveillance office to supervise the market and make sure everything is doing well. And Shah Dehlawi, he proposed to make form well-structured institutions, judiciary institutions, executive and welfare, and also he focused on religious affairs institutions. Al-Attas, he put it like several conditions that if these conditions has been fulfilled, there will be a way to mitigate corruption. And he mainly focused on to have effective government system, and also to have efficient anti-corruption measures and high moral leadership also. Moliar governance improvement. He has this one, governance improvement, and he focuses mainly on the developing accountability and employee reporting, ethics programs, and also there's these two. He mentioned also on spreading public awareness to enhance the governance against the corruption. EACC, which is a anti-corruption commission report, they emphasized on the institutional rules, which is what's the Islamic institutions rules to curb corruption, the religious guidance, empowering the scholars to give their speech and spread awareness among people. The last thing is the institution of integrity, Malaysia's ethical value approach, and this one is focusing on empowering ethical aspect for the people or officials to curb corruption, and emphasize on the strong moral ethical values to combat corruption. The next one. This one from the solutions for corruption from Western perspective. IMF policy for corruption prevention. They need to eliminate tax breaks, which is those officials can use these tax breaks to use this power to get bribes and use the authority to abuse their authority, and also this one is a window for corruption. And the other thing they mentioned that the government usually they offer services or products which is below the market rate, which creates huge demand for these goods, and people compete to get this one, and also creates room for bribery system here. Secondly is the Corrupt Practices Investigation Bureau in Singapore. They suggested anti-corruption measures for firms and organizations, and this is for the businesses and organizations. They suggested to have a clear business process, and also to have a policy on gifts inside the companies or this organization. And also they suggest that employees should declare the conflict of interest. They should have a declaration of conflict of interest if they have another interest which is conflicting with their current position, so that will allow them to the company to allow them to transfer to another division that is not conflicting with their interest. And also they emphasize on creating a convenient reporting system for the public, available for the public, which is including secrecy and transparency. The third one is the third rule. They emphasize on transparency, free competition in the market, and also the empowerment of private sector and private rights to have a power to compete against the government. Finally, the Fijini accounting standards. They suggested to have a strong accounting system, which is from the beginning prevents any manipulation or for any person to abuse the power or the power he has to create flows or to abuse his power for the corruption. Next one. Now we come to the integrated approach, which is derived from the Islamic and Western perspective to curb corruption. The first one and the first approach is activating the role of religion. We are as Muslim, we are launching our discussion and our beliefs from the Quran and Sunnah that we have we have many Islamic guidelines or teachings that teach us that corruption is bad, and it's from that we will have punishment in the hereafter. But in the Western perspective, they already get rid of this religious factor from their policy towards fighting corruption. They are only relying on punishment, imprisonment, which is already, it's not a prevention measures. It's a cure. It's a punishment. It's not a prevention. It will not prevent corruption in the future. But from Islam perspective, we try to launch our discussion from the preventive measures, which is in the utilization of religion in both Islamic and Western context to combat corruption. The second thing is the religion role can play for of course this one will be for believers. For disbelievers, I don't know whether they will be affected by this rule, which is the consequences of corruption in the world and the hereafter. As Muslims, we know that there will be a punishment. There will be Jahannam and Jannah, and also eventually we will be a resident of one of these things. But the disbelievers, they don't believe in this thing, and this one will not affect them. The third thing is the awareness. We have to create seminars, cultural integration, ethical teachings. We have to push our scholars to spread awareness, to make people aware about this corrupted practices, and it's affecting their dunya and hereafter also. The second thing might be building moral and ethical values through education. So education is a big sector that we can work on it together with the role of religion. It's actually integrated. All these approaches are integrated toward each other. So religion and education, so we can instill the good ethics and morals from a young age in our children, and that's the stage that we formulate the Islamic or the Islamic moral character, that a person, when he grows to be a leader, he will not be corrupted because he has a well-established Islamic or Islamic ethics or morals. The second thing, we emphasize on ethics in both Islamic and Western context, and also create this when we focus on education, that will create in itself a resistant community in itself. So the community itself will be the resistant for corruption. Not we have to do the anti-corruption. We don't have to wait for anti-corruption committees to take a decision, but people themselves will be resistant to this corruption, and they will fight themselves, and they will do whatever it takes to curb the corruption eventually. The third thing is strengthening the judiciary system, and this one we suggest to promote accountability from the top governance to the lower people, because we don't want to if the top management is corrupted, also this one will ease the lower management to be also corrupted. The second thing is to promote role models, which is leaders who are not corrupted, the good leaders, the role model of that we want our next generation to follow. And this is a great opportunity for us to use it nowadays. The fourth approach is just the changing the common perception of societies. Now in our societies, many societies, that when you have the common people, the what they call them, if they believe they want to avoid some rules, they want to break the law, avoid some taxation or someone, if it's available for them to pay a bribe to evade this taxation or to evade this rules, they will do this one. And this one, we have to change this perception from these people, from the lower, also from the top officials. And this one cannot be worked unless we integrate all these things: the religion, the role of religion, the role of education and judiciary system, to change the perception of people, and that they cannot be corrupted anymore, and to erase the idea, to eradicate the idea of corruption, the mentality that thinks that corruption is a shortcut towards success or shortcut toward achieving their needs or their wants. Next one. we reach to the conclusion, and we will emphasize on the conclusion that there is a need to integrate between the Western experience and towards fighting corruption, and also the Islamic literature in fighting corruption. And also we will emphasize that without corruption, after curbing corruption and the destruction, those countries or those government will have a prosperous economy, and the welfare of the people will be increased, and eventually we will have a better ummah or better community. That's all from me. Jazakumullah khair, and I'm open for any questions.
Okay. Thank you so much for Mr. Baziat for the very informative topic. If you have any question, yeah, for Mr. Baziat, you could ask the question, or perhaps you could write the question in the chat box.
It is me. Maybe I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Abdullah Bazet, so good in your presentation about the corruption. And I have joined to corruption school, yeah, and in university. So my question is, corruption in Indonesia is like a culture. If you have a position in the government institution, like corruption is a habit. So it is a culture. Corruption is culture in Indonesia, and then every in the government institution is like a culture. So how about your paper to decrease the culture, this culture, to decrease this culture, and then the corruption is not about knowledge about religion, because we in Indonesia we have minister religion is corruption too, doing corruption. He know about religion forbidden corruption, but he do, but he done corruption. So how about your paper to change the culture, the bad culture, and then change the behavior, corruption behavior, because this is not about religion knowledge, maybe that's it.
Thank you so much for this question. It's okay. Regarding corruption, it cannot be, we cannot measure it, like we cannot eliminate it, for example, by relying only on the religious factor, that if this guy is well informed about the religion and he knows Allah and he knows the consequences of his actions, he will be stopped from corruption. Actually, you have maybe you have also faced so many examples from this like this side, religious people that are more corrupted, maybe some officials there. But we have to approach this one from two sides, which is, first one is the religious factor. We have to aware people, teach them the correct concepts, because some people, they are not really aware about these Islamic concepts. Some people, they understand it wrongly. Sometimes people, they don't say this is a bribe, they say it's a gift. It's a gift, and this one manipulating the concepts is creating the dilemma here. So we have to approach it from the first one, which is the inner motivation to fight corruption, which is starts from the religious factor. If you are well informed about your religion, you believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and this is enough to stop you from corruption, it's not enough yet. It should be an external factor, And this external factor should be in the judiciary system, when you have a strong court system, which is an accountability system, anti-corruption system that follows those people. Those people who their internal factor failed to stop them from corruption, the external factor will do that. So it's a double-sided solution, or double-sided strategy toward this issue. And I cannot say those people who, like, for example, you said it's a culture, it's a part of the culture that if you are corrupted, you are good, you are successful, and you are okay, you have a house because you are corrupted. And this is, it's not someone's money, it's the government money. So it's halal for you to take whatever to do, whatever you want. This is actually, you can say that the Islamic or the religious ground is not there in that person. And if his will perfectly homo Islamicus, as we propose in Islamic economics, homo Islamicus, which is rarely exist, they will not follow these practices. They don't need any external factor. But we know that it's a universal man. We don't have this homo economics. We have a universal man which has tendency between the wrong and the right things. So that's why we emphasize on the external factor. I hope this answered the question.
Thank you very much for Mr. Baziat. So now we are going to continue for the second presentation that will be presented by Mr. Abdurrahman Ramadan. Mr. Abdurrahman, are you with me? Okay. I think okay. Mr. Abdurrahman. Mr. Abdurrahman, could you please ya. Okay. Mungkin kita bisa langsung ya. Okay. So for the second presentation, this presentation will be delivered by Mr. Abdurrahman Ramadan. The topic is about implementasi Maqasid al-Syariah sebagai pedoman perumusan transformasi ekonomi syariah. For the presenter, the time is yours.
Yes, thanks for moderators. But let me present my papers in Bahasa.
Okay.
Because my paper in
It's
Bahasa.
okay. Go ahead.
And let me share my screen.
Okay, please.
Alright. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Pertama-tama saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada moderator, suatu yang saya banggakan. Saya mohon maaf atas
keterlambatan yang cukup lama karena ada suatu hal yang menghalangi untuk bergabung ke ruang keluarga Islam sekolah di Islamic, sebuah paper yang saya tulis untuk konferensi ini dengan judul Implementasi Maqasid Syariah sebagai pedoman perumusan transformasi ekonomi syariah. Adapun maksud dari judul ini adalah bagaimana prinsip ad-darurah al-khamsah yang ada di Maqasid Syariah dapat diterapkan dalam perumusan transformasi ekonomi syariah. Baik, masuk kepada pendahuluan. Ekonomi syariah telah tumbuh dan berkembang pesat dalam beberapa dekade terakhir sebagai respon terhadap kebutuhan masyarakat muslim akan sistem ekonomi yang sesuai dengan prinsip-prinsip Islam. Laporan Perkembangan Keuangan Syariah Indonesia atau LPKSI menyebutkan bahwa potensi pertumbuhan ekonomi syariah di Indonesia mencapai 5,1 miliar dolar AS per tahun. Dan Global Islamic Economy Indicator mencatat bahwa peringkat ekonomi syariah Indonesia naik dari posisi kelima menjadi keempat secara global setelah Malaysia, Arab Saudi, dan Uni Emirat Arab. Dan ada pun faktor yang mendorong ekonomi syariah di Indonesia adalah pengeluaran masyarakat yang besar untuk produk-produk halal seperti fashion halal dan sebagainya. Dalam konteks global yang terus meningkat dan kompleksitas tantangan ekonomi yang semakin meningkat pula, penting untuk memahami peran maqasid syariah dalam membimbing transformasi ekonomi syariah. Transformasi ini tidak hanya berkaitan dengan aspek ekonomi saja, tetapi memiliki dampak yang signifikan pada masyarakat dan negara secara keseluruhan. Kita tahu bahwa maqasid syariah adalah suatu kerangka kerja yang dapat diintegrasikan secara efektif ke dalam perumusan kebijakan publik dan pembangunan ekonomi syariah untuk mencapai pertumbuhan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan dan keadilan sosial. Maqasid syariah yang mencakup tujuan-tujuan dari hukum Islam meliputi pemeliharaan terhadap agama, akal, jiwa, dan keturunan serta harta benda diharapkan dapat menjadi rumusan untuk memastikan keputusan yang diambil sejalan dengan prinsip-prinsip yang diperintahkan atau menjadi tujuan dalam agama Islam. Penelitian ini bertujuan untuk mendalami pemahaman tentang peran maqasid syariah dalam merumuskan kebijakan publik yang mendukung transformasi ekonomi syariah. Dan memasuki kepada literatur review, sini penulis mengangkat dua bahasan yaitu maqasid syariah dan ekonomi Islam. Maqasid syariah didefinisikan sebagai serangkaian makna yang terkandung dalam hukum-hukum syariat atau serangkaian makna yang didapati dengan penerapan hukum-hukum syariat baik berupa ada sebuah konsep yang disebut dengan ad-darurah al-khamsah atau 5 perkara yang darurat dalam agama Islam. 5 perkara tersebut meliputi hifzuddin, hifdzun nafs, hifdzul nasl, hifdzul akal, dan hifdzul mal. Kemudian yang kedua itu ada dalam literatur berbahasa Arab kita temui dengan al-iqtisad al-islami yang berarti pertengahan dan berkeadilan. Iqtisad atau ekonomi dapat diartikan sebagai pengetahuan tentang aturan yang berkaitan dengan produksi kekayaan, mendistribusikan, dan mengkonsumsinya. Ini pada umumnya didefinisikan sebagai kajian tentang dengan pemanfaatan sumber-sumber produksi yang langka untuk diproduksi dan dikonsumsi. Adapun metode penelitian ini merupakan penelitian kualitatif dengan teknik pengumpulan data, studi kepustakaan atau literatur review. Memasuki kepada hasil dan pembahasan, kita tahu bahwa makosid syariah adalah kerangka kerja yang dapat diintegrasikan secara efektif dalam perumusan kebijakan publik dan pembangunan ekonomi syariah untuk mencapai pertumbuhan ekonomi berkelanjutan dan berkeadilan sosial. Adapun tujuan ekonomi Islam itu sejalan dengan tujuan dari maqasid syariah, yaitu mencapai kebahagiaan di dunia dan di akhirat dengan melalui tata kehidupan yang baik dan terhormat. Sehingga dalam pembahasan dalam paper kali ini penulis setidaknya mengangkat 3 bahasan. Pertama adalah peran maqasid syariah dalam perumusan kebijakan publik, kemudian tantangan dalam implementasi maqasid syariah pada kebijakan publik, dan juga ada dampak dan potensi transformasi ekonomi syariah. Dan untuk mempersingkat waktu, mungkin penulis mencoba menggambarkan sedikit tentang masing-masing bahasan tersebut. Pertama adalah peran maqasid syariah dalam perumusan kebijakan publik, yang mana bahwa kebijakan publik yang berlandaskan maqasid syariah memperhatikan kemaslahatan umat, harus sesuai dengan nilai-nilai Islam dan tidak bertentangan dengan ajaran syariah. Kebijakan publik juga harus memenuhi kebutuhan dasar manusia dan melindungi hak-hak mereka. Kemudian tantangan dalam implementasi maqasid syariah. Implementasi maqasid syariah dalam kebijakan ekonomi syariah memiliki potensi besar, namun dihadapkan oleh sejumlah hambatan yang kompleks, termasuk kurangnya pemahaman masyarakat tentang konsep maqasid syariah, keterbatasan sumber daya, kurangnya koordinasi dan kurangnya inovasi, dan kurangnya pengawasan dari pihak yang berwenang. Meskipun demikian, negara-negara yang menerapkan pendekatan ini cenderung memiliki kinerja ekonomi yang lebih baik dan inklusif. Terdapat beberapa negara yang kita temui dalam beberapa penelitian telah mencoba menerapkan konsep maqasid syariah dalam perumusan kebijakan publik. Yang terakhir adalah transformasi bahwasanya integrasi prinsip-prinsip maqasid syariah dalam perumusan kebijakan ekonomi syariah berpotensi besar dalam mencapai pertumbuhan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan. Hal ini mencakup peningkatan kesejahteraan melalui keadilan ekonomi dan sosial, serta upaya mengatasi ketimpangan sosial dalam ekonomi syariah. Prinsip-prinsip ekonomi syariah yang menjaga agama, akal, jiwa, keturunan, dan harta manusia dapat menjadi landasan untuk solusi alternatif dalam mengatasi masalah ekonomi kontemporer. Apakah masih ada waktu, Ibu? Baik.
Ya, silakan.
Baik. Sedikit gambaran mungkin prinsip maqasid syariah tersebut yang 5 tadi dapat berkontribusi pada upaya mengurangi ketimpangan sosial dan ekonomi syariah dengan cara-cara berikut. Pertama, misalkan prinsip hifdzuddin, yaitu prinsip menjaga agama dapat mendorong kesadaran dan tanggung jawab sosial di kalangan pelaku ekonomi syariah, sehingga tidak hanya mengejar keuntungan pribadi, tetapi juga memperhatikan kepentingan umum dan kesejahteraan masyarakat. Prinsip ini juga mendorong pemberian zakat, infak, sedekah, dan wakaf sebagai instrumen pendapatan dan kekayaan yang adil dan efektif. Kemudian prinsip menjaga akal. Prinsip ini dapat mendorong pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan inovasi dalam bidang ekonomi syariah, sehingga dapat meningkatkan produktivitas, efisiensi, dan daya saing sektor-sektor ekonomi syariah. Prinsip hifdzul aql juga dapat mendorong pendidikan dan pelatihan yang berkualitas bagi sumber daya manusia ekonomi syariah, berkaitan dengan ekonomi syariah sehingga dapat meningkatkan keterampilan, kompetensi, dan kesejahteraan masyarakat. Mungkin demikian yang dapat saya sampaikan. Penulis menyadari masih banyak kekurangan dalam paper yang telah ditulis. Maka dari itu penulis sangat terbuka atas saran dan masukan, mungkin juga kritik dari bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu para presenter sekalian. Dan akhir kata saya kembalikan kepada moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih presentasinya Bapak Abdurrahman. Mungkin dari Bapak Ibu ada yang ingin bertanya mengenai implementasi maqasid al-syariah?
Assalamualaikum. Bisa Bu Rahmi sedikit?
Boleh. Oke.
Ya.
Silakan Bapak. Langsung diperkenalkan
Ya,
namanya dari mana?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Pak Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim, segala puji bagi Allah. Saya Pak Jalaluddin dari Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam UIN Araniri, dan tuan rumah nih Pak Abdurrahman. Selamat bergabung di ICOSOPP. Menarik
Terima kasih Bapak.
Berbicara tentang implementasi maqasid syariah, ada daruriyah al-khamsah gitu ya. Ini memang suatu terobosan saya pikir, tapi ketika mungkin saya singkat ya, ketika mungkin di Indonesia mayoritas kita APBN kita tidak berbasis syariah gitu ya. Sementara kita tadi mau kebijakan publik gitu ya, kebijakan publik yang kita ingin sounding. Kira-kira menurut masuk mungkin APBN kita itu kan tidak berbasis kepada Islam gitu ya, ataupun ke maqasid syariah secara terang benderang, walaupun memang karena banyak orang kita bisa gitu. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, tadi berbicara tentang daruriyah al-khamsah itu memang itu dari Imam Syatibi, mungkin nggak dikembangkan. Karena terus terang dalam industri AI sekarang itu, di samping menjaga agama, menjaga akal, menjaga jiwa, menjaga keturunan dan harta, tapi menjaga lingkungan gitu ya. Mungkin ada beberapa ulama yang mungkin mencoba sounding itu atau bi'ah itu gimana kira-kira. Jadi kita tidak terpacu dengan yang itu, tapi lingkungan yang umat Islam tidak perlu care, tidak terlalu ini dengan lingkungan. Gimana pandangan Abdurrahman dan juga mungkin yang lain. Terima kasih, itu saja mungkin Bu Rahmi Mutia. Assalamualaikum.
Baik, terima kasih kepada Bapak Jalal. Mungkin langsung ditanggapi Bapak Abdurrahman.
Baik, insyaallah. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum Bapak Jalal selaku tuan rumah. Sebelumnya saya ucapkan terima kasih atas sambutannya Bapak. Masyaallah. Ya, itu tadi juga menjadi perhatian kita juga Pak, bahwasanya memang secara umum dan juga secara hukum positif juga negara kita belum menerapkan ekonomi syariah secara murni. Maka memang sempat sedikit kita bahas tadi bahwa di antara penghalang-penghalang yang mungkin menjadikan penerapan maqasid syariah sebagai pedoman dalam perumusan kebijakan publik tadi adalah selain dengan pengetahuan masyarakat tentang konsep maqasid syariah, juga mungkin dari sisi pemerintah dan juga koordinasi dari pihak terkait. Kalau dalam pandangan saya Bapak, kalau boleh berpendapat, kita melihat pertumbuhan ekonomi Islam di negara kita yang sudah semakin pesat. Kita lihat dengan dikeluarkannya berbagai peraturan-peraturan seiring berjalannya waktu, peraturan-peraturan yang berkaitan dengan ekonomi syariah semakin bertambah banyak. Kita tahu bahwa peraturan seringkali dimunculkan karena adanya banyaknya fenomena atau kebutuhan masyarakat ya Bapak. Jadi kita berharap bahwa dengan semakin meningkatnya pertumbuhan ekonomi syariah di Indonesia, juga pihak-pihak yang berkait juga semakin terbuka untuk menerima konsep-konsep dari maqasid syariah. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua memang memang sejauh yang sebatas saya pelajari memang yang 5 ini kan memang pembagian dari beberapa ulama Pak ya. Bahkan darurah al-khamsah, di atasnya lagi ada maqasid ad-daruriyat, tahsiniyat, dan yang lainnya itu juga ada yang membaginya menjadi 3, ada juga yang menjadinya menjadi hanya 2. Memang kalau kita lihat dari apa yang masukannya diberikan oleh Bapak, memang sepertinya memang perlu diberikan perhatian terhadap penjagaan terhadap lingkungan Bapak. Dan informasi yang saya miliki, seolah saya akan coba gali lebih lanjut tentang penjagaan terhadap lingkungan hifdzu bi'ah. Nah, mungkin itu Bapak, silakan mungkin bisa kembali ditanggapi.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Abdurrahman, cukup salah untuk sementara.
Oke. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Abdurrahman yang telah memberikan jawaban atas pertanyaan Pak Jala. Untuk Pak Abdurrahman, ini ada pertanyaan kedua dari Bapak Ahmad Mahfuzi. Jadi beliau menanyakan, banyak negara-negara yang menerapkan maqasid syariah dalam ekonomi polisi. Hanya saja dalam konteks kebijakan ekonomi ternyata berbeda satu negara dengan negara yang lainnya. Apakah hal tersebut karena kebebasan rasio, ya, atau akal kita untuk penerapan kebijakan ekonomi menggunakan maqasid syariah? Oke, gimana Bapak Abdurrahman, bisa ditanggapi?
Ya, Bu. Mungkin coba saya tanggapi. Bismillah. Jadi saya dalam pencarian literatur juga kita dapati bahwa di Islamic Indices tahun 2022 kita dapati bahwa negara-negara yang menerapkan konsep ekonomi syariah justru kalau kita buka website tersebut, Islamic City Indexes ada, justru yang berada dalam negara-negara yang menerapkan ekonomi Islam itu justru ditempati oleh negara-negara barat seperti Denmark, Jerman, kemudian ada juga Singapura, Belanda, serta Irlandia. Mungkin bisa langsung menuju web tersebut, Islamic City Indexes. Dari sini kita bisa melihat bahwa memang penerapan ekonomi syariah itu hanya diukur dari konsep mereka ya. Adapun penerapannya, sejauh yang saya dapati bahwa penerapan di masing-masing negara itu mengapa berbeda, ini tergantung dengan bagaimana pihak-pihak pemangku kebijakan tersebut menafsiri konsep-konsep tersebut. Nah, jadi mungkin bisa juga dibilang apa yang disampaikan oleh Pak Ahmad Mahfuzi tadi bahwa apakah karena kebebasan akal untuk penerapan kebijakan ekonomi menggunakan maqasid syariah? Bisa jadi, karena ketika ada suatu konsep dan ditafsiri secara berbeda oleh masing-masing pemangku kebijakan di negara yang berbeda, juga akan menghasilkan penerapan kebijakan publik dan kebijakan ekonomi yang berbeda masing-masing negara. Mungkin itu, Bapak. Terima kasih. Saya kembalikan ke moderator.
Baik, terima kasih. Jadi kesimpulannya, kenapa berbeda? Karena penafsiran yang berbeda, ya. Penerapannya kenapa berbeda? Berarti diakibatkan karena penafsiran yang berbeda oleh setiap pemangku kebijakan di setiap negara tersebut, ya, Bapak Abdurrahman.
Betul, Ibu. Sejauh yang saya dapati seperti itu. Bahkan kalau kita lihat kan juga mungkin negara-negara barat dalam mungkin tidak seperhatian kita terkait hukum-hukum syariat. Cuman ketika berbicara tentang konsep ekonomi, ketika mungkin pihak-pihak pemangku kebijakan di negara-negara tersebut melihat konsep ekonomi Islam atau konsep syariah yang ditabarkan oleh Islam tersebut dapat membuat atau memberikan pertumbuhan ekonomi yang lebih baik, maka mereka mungkin terbuka untuk menerapkan konsep tersebut di negara masing-masing. Mungkin itu.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih Bapak Abdurrahman. Sekarang kita akan melanjutkan presentasi selanjutnya. So the next presentation is about halal tourism development strategies in Indonesia. For the presenter, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time given to me on behalf of my team to present our paper entitled Adult Tourism Strategies in Indonesia. Please allow me to try to share the slide first. Is the slide visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it okay?
Yes.
Can be seen clearly? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can see the PPT.
Okay, thank you very much. A little bit slow, maybe because of the connection problems. Okay. Our paper entitled Halal Tourism Development Strategies in Indonesia. Okay, this is a paper written by 4 people of us, me, Muhammad Budiman, and then Andriani, Mayrijani, Nabila Fatia Rizkina, and Muhammad Montazah. Okay, first of all, we need to see the background first. Indonesia is a country with a very big potential to develop halal tourism, and that's why our government has been eager to develop this kind of potential since a decade maybe, and our Ministry of Tourism has already set some programs, some strategies how to develop halal tourism throughout Indonesia. As a big Muslim country and big population of Muslim citizens. And this is not only the concern of national government, but also become the concern of local government or regional government throughout Indonesia. From Aceh, I think Aceh is very serious to promote halal tourism, given that this province is has a special status, to with the special status as a province with Shari'ah Islamic Shari'ah, and also other province like Nusa Tenggara Barat, and then Riau, DKI, Jakarta, and many other province. Not only in the level of province, in the level of region or city, there are also some local government with their programs to develop halal tourism. So this is our concern right now, and maybe this is a highlight why we need halal tourism. I think this is not new for us to remind that tourism, by definition, refers to travel activities that comply with Islamic principles, providing services and facilities that cater to the needs of Muslim travelers worldwide. And Indonesia at least has three main reasons to develop this kind of tourism. Firstly, because we have a big potential in terms of natural resources and natural beauty of our land and our sea. I mean, our territory. We have so many beautiful beaches, beautiful places to see and to visit by the travelers. And secondly, because there is a positive attitude among our public, among citizens of Indonesia regarding halal tourism, because we are majority Muslim people. Then we, of course, support. In generally, we of course support this kind of halal tourism, and thirdly, because Indonesia has a big number of population, and this is a big this is a huge market for developing halal tourism. What the importance of halal tourism? Firstly, it can boost the economy, and then secondly, it showcases local culture to the people outside Indonesia, and then creating sustainable development. So this is the one that we need to have, because tourism is one of source of income for our country, and it provides many incomes. It can generate many incomes for people, for all industry, for all stakeholders in that system. Okay, and here some current challenges in halal tourism development. Firstly, we still has a lack of awareness and understanding. Although majority of our people support halal tourism, but their understanding about what is halal tourism is not so good and need to be improved. And second, there is a limited infrastructure and facilities in many areas, in many places that we should should fulfill. We should handle this kind of problem of limited infrastructure, because some or many of beautiful places are there somewhere with which needs to which need a good transportation with good route and so on to reach. And this is the problem of infrastructure that we should settle. And another challenges, there is insufficient certification and standardization. Many our people, MKM or small and medium enterprise, need to certify their products and services, and we still have many problem in this kind of certification. There are a lot of things should be done in order to make sure that certification or halal certification is fulfilled in halal tourism. And then community awareness, we should promote even further. And then lastly, we still have legal and regulatory hurdles, because so far in the national level, we do not have a special law regarding halal tourism. We don't have undang-undang about halal tourism. What we have currently are the local regulation produced by province and regency or city in the regional level, but in the national level we still have we don't have a special rule or law regarding halal tourism. So this is our challenge. And then regarding the strategies, we try to see what the government has done in developing halal tourism, the strategies that are promoted, that are used. Firstly, to do training and education programs, and then infrastructure improvement projects, and then collaboration with local communities and industries. Next, public-private partnership and capacity building, and lastly, continuous market research. There are some strategies for halal tourism development that have been done and need to be done even further in the next future. And this is the future direction for halal tourism. We try to come up from various sources. Firstly, we need to identifying potential halal tourism products and services. There are, of course, still many potential to be improved. And then strengthening halal certification and standardization process. And then marketing and promoting strategies. We need to do a better marketing and promotion strategies. And then we also should launch public campaigns about halal tourism to all the citizens of Indonesia, especially Muslim people. And then maintaining Islamic values. This is also very important. How Islamic values can be based, can be can be source of behavior of all stakeholders in this industry, and then creating standard and best practices. This is also need to be done. We need to highlight what is the province or region with their good best practices in halal tourism, so that other provinces and other region and cities around Indonesia can also develop their potential following or by imitating the best practices that is available. I think this is our presentation. Conclusion that firstly, halal tourism is very important to boost our economic growth, and there is of course there is urgent need for continuous efforts and collaboration to develop halal tourism in Indonesia. Thank you so much.
Okay, baik. Thank you for Mr. Muhammad Arif Budiman. Anyone who wants to ask the question for Mr. Arif regarding halal tourism development?
Okay, Assalamualaikum, Miss Rahmi Mutia. I have one question for the Mr. Arif Budiman.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Jalal.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Jalal, lecturer in Economy Faculty and Business Islam UIN Araniri. Okay, I've interested the halal tourist strategy gitu ya. Mr. Arif Budiman, you see current challenge insufficient halal certificate and the standardization. You see in region only one region or Indonesia number one gitu ya. I see each region is different ya, is different culture gitu ya, culture Aceh, Lombok, Padang gitu ya, is different I see. The problem is the certificate and standarisasi halal, halal food specially gitu ya, specially, and now the government have regulation the safe declare certificate. What problem in this region or this presentation about tentang halal certificate? Okay, number one ya. And three, your conclusion, the most important, I think, the kolaborasi gitu ya. I see as region not have fixed agenda, have agenda the tourist gitu ya, the agenda and Aceh January until December. And Lombok not transparan, not tidak rame gitu ya, gitu kira-kira seperti itu. Mungkin itu Miss Rahmi, saya pikir Mr. Budiman tahu apa yang saya maksud. Ini dari Poli Bandung ya, Politeknik Bandung ya.
Politeknik Negeri Banjarmasin.
Oh, Banjarmasin. Oke, thank you. Oke.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Jalal.
I am Jalal. Okay.
Okay, Dr. Jalal Mohta from UIN Araniri. Right. Okay, there are two questions posed by Mr. Jalal or Dr. Jalal. Firstly, about halal certificate problems. You asked whether our study refer to special region or province or common in Indonesia. Basically, we do our survey at glance, meaning that we do not specify to certain region, but we take I mean the current problem. Current problem of developing halal industry in Indonesia, and we I mean, we take note that there are some problems. Probably, and of course, there are so many other problems that is I mean, there are outside from our investigation. But the certificate is one of the important problem that we still have. Yes, every region, of course, has their own problems. But in terms of halal certification, we take note that although there is a policy that certification can be done by self-declare, but this is of course not simultaneously. It still requires some requirement to be fulfilled. Yeah. And many of our UMKM or small and medium enterprises owners do not have a sufficient understanding about how to do that kind of self-declare. So that's why the assistance should be provided to them, and ministry through BPJPH has many programs how to create. How to provide pendamping halal to assist small and medium enterprise to do their certification process. But the problem, and then there are so many pendamping halal who do not actively involve or do not do their job properly. I mean, maybe Dr. Jalal can see, for example, in South Kalimantan, as we have the report about that, there are so many pendamping halal, but so little who perform their job properly, and many of them are absent. I mean, they are passive by having the certificate of as a pendamping. Then majority of them are not performing well in assistance the small and medium enterprise. If I'm not mistake, in South Kalimantan, we have more than 100 pendamping halal, but only 2 or 3 people are active in assisting small and medium enterprise, meaning that our pendamping halal is not so productive. Yeah? And that's why the process of certification is very slow. This is one problem that we identified about inactiveness of pendamping halal, who should perform their role actively, but they don't. And maybe that's for the first question. And then collaboration. Yes, collaboration is highly urgent to boost our halal tourism, including collaboration among provinces and among regions. Yes, this is our problem now. It seems that the provinces or region or cities around Indonesia do not have a very good collaboration. They are thinking for their own region. Yeah. Especially, for example, in Aceh, I think the the tourism body in Aceh, they must be thinking about how to develop halal tourism in Aceh even further and bigger and bigger, without thinking how Sumatera Utara can also take advantage of their program. Yeah, yes, it's mean that we still move separately. Now, so we, of course, in this point, we need the greater attention from national level, from the Ministry of Tourism. Yeah. The Ministry of Tourism should develop their the collaboration among provinces and region in Indonesia, so that the halal tourism in Indonesia can grow together in very good progress. Yes, yeah. So the point is that we of course need collaboration, and we hope the ministry can have the bigger role to build that kind of collaboration. I think this is my answer. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Arif Budiman. Now we are going to continue our presentation. Okay, so for the next presentation is about improving local on-source revenue through hotel and restaurant taxes, an Islamic economic perspective on public finance. For the presenter, the time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Hamdan syukralillah, salatan wa salaman ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. My honorable to the committee and all participants who has joined in this session panel. First of all, we would like to thanks to for the opportunity that given to us to participate in this second international conference on Shari'ah oriented public policy in Islamic economic system to 2022. Okay, I will share the slide first. Well, now we will go directly to the presentation for the research with the title the improving local owned source revenue through hotel and restaurant taxes and Islamic economics perspective on public finance. Okay, as an introduction of this research we can state that local owned revenue, or as known as PAD, is a measure of regional success in development. It has regional income in addition to delivering welfare to community. As a result, local on-source revenue must be optimized in order to generate revenue sufficient to pay all regional government activities. And then PAD, or local on-source revenue, is sourced from regional taxes, regional levies, and result of separated regional wealth management. And then hotel and restaurant taxes are included in the regional tax group and constitute the largest local income compared to other taxes. Actually, this research conducted in Langsa City. So if we look to the table describes some problem The average realization of hotel and restaurant taxes is effective actually because it is above 100%. However, the large amount of hotel and restaurant tax realization was not able to increase the realization of PAD. Therefore, it is necessary to study further the position of hotel and restaurant taxes in the composition of PAD formation in Langsa City. And then other problem is the increase in the number of hotel and restaurant in Langsa City should be in line with the increase in taxes, which will then have an impact on increasing PAD. Therefore, it is necessary to reveal the obstacle faced and the effort made to collect taxes. And last, PAD is managed by the regional government. The government role in managing public finance is very important. One way to do this is by issuing various policies. A form of public policy is contained in the concept of Islamic public finance, which is an Islamic-based financial concept that provides a positive influence through the establishment of religious principles. Langsa City, as part of a region that applies Shari'ah, requires an assessment of the extent to which Islamic public finance concepts are applied in optimizing PAD. For the literary review, there are numerous studies have been done regarding the impact of hotel and restaurant taxes on local on-source revenue. The study usually incorporated certain provinces or regencies such as Pulau Morotai, Natuna, Yogyakarta, Medan, Bandung, and Banda Aceh. Some of them employ Islamic economic perspective in their analysis, for example, in Makassar and Lampung. But in fact, a study was undertaken in Langsa by Fahreza in year 2019, didn't have an Islamic economic perspective. As a result, this study is attempting to bridge the gap. There are some objectives of the research. The first is to find out the contribution of the hotel and restaurant taxes to improvement of local on-source revenue of Langsa City. And then the second is to find out the government effort to maximize the contribution of hotel and restaurant taxes. And then the last is to examine whether the government way in maximizing the tax contribution is in line with the theory of Islamic public finance. And for theoretical framework, we use two base theory about local own source revenue and Islamic public finance. About methodology, we employ the qualitative descriptive research method. There are two types of data that we collected. First is secondary data. We get it from local government finance office. From the data collected, and then we calculate the contribution of hotel and restaurant taxes toward PAD. And then from the result of calculation, then we classify into some criteria. And for primary data, we obtain by interviewing some key informants such as hotel and restaurant business owners, head of revenue subsection of local government finance. And finally, the content analysis technique is then carried by identifying and classifying data. And for the result of this research is, according to the table, showed actually the entire percentage contribution of hotel and restaurant taxes to PAD is less than 3%. This means that various challenges arise and are encountered during the tax revenue process. Yeah, the classification is in very poor status. Some obstacle revealed from this research, among the obstacle is in tax collection, is the lack of public awareness of the obligation to pay taxes because there is no transparency in financial management. There is also some government efforts. First is continuously promotion using billboard, and then setting fine and sanction and enforcing control. And then tax payment are made over the counter through the local government finance office and pickup management. And last is digital payment will begin to be implemented in the future using the CRIS payment system. And from Islamic public finance perspective, the government effort in maximizing the contribution for these taxes are in accordance with Islamic economic theory on public finance, because it is not burdensome the community and the collected taxes are directed to fulfill the needs of society. Moreover, the government is also in the process of promoting transparency in tax collection through the CRIS payment system. So finally, through this research, we try to make some recommendation to the government and also to society as taxpayer. To the government, we recommend that increased prevention and law enforcement, and the regular review of tax rate and incentive, and then develop of a conducive economic climate to invite investors and increase economic activity, and then efficient and transparent financial management by involving the community, and then training and development of human resources, development of partnership with the private sector, and last, development and promotion in the tourism sector. For the society, we recommend to concisely and actively take concrete steps to carry out tax obligation and together with the government participate in controlling tax management so that it can have a full impact on the welfare of the society. I think that's all for the presentation. Thank you for the attention.
Okay, thank you for the informative presentation, Ms. Nanda Safarida. Okay, for other presenter who want to ask the question regarding local on-source revenue, yeah, to Ms. Nanda Safarida, please. Oh, yeah. Please ask the question directly.
Maybe one question from me, Mr. Rahi.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Tajul.
Tax evasion, yeah, is a great problem about absorption of tax. And then in your paper, the suggestion is one of your recommendation is application KRIS, or how we read QRIS in the system. But we know about in the Indonesian declaration about digital finance is very low. And what is your opinion about Islamic finance declaration in Aceh or in Langsa specifically? Maybe that's it. My question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the question about the implementation of digital payment with CRIS, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, actually in Langsa City, we realized that the implementation of digital payment is not really much. Maybe I can use bahasa also ya. Tidak terlalu maksimal mungkin penerapan pembayaran dengan menggunakan digital payment, karena memang masih mungkin baru gitu. Tapi ini dalam riset saya dikatakan bahwa pemerintah berupaya untuk mencoba mengaplikasikan pembayaran dengan sifat digital, tidak dengan cash base, karena untuk menghindari kong kali kong atau kerjasama kalau dia bertemu langsung dengan si pemungut pajak gitu. Karena salah satu yang terungkap di sana adalah ada amount yang berbeda yang ditetapkan oleh oleh si pemungut pajak kepada si wajib pajak, padahal dengan latar belakang usaha yang sama gitu. Artinya ada kong kali kong di sana. Jadi di sini memang pemerintah berusaha untuk mengupayakan, memang belum terimplementasi untuk saat ini, tapi di situ dikatakan akan mengupayakan untuk mewujudkan transparansi. Sehingga ini diharapkan bisa mengembalikan kepercayaan masyarakat, terutama para taxpayer ya, untuk kembali keep membayar pajak gitu. Saya rasa itu memang kita akui belum maksimal penerapannya, tapi terus diupayakan. Saya rasa demikian.
Okay, thank you. Any comment, Mr. Taju? It's enough. Okay, thank you for Ms. Nanda. So we're going to continue our presentation. Okay, well, next presentation will be delivered by Mr. Tajul with the topic Indonesia role in the economy of Muslim countries member of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, an analysis of the gravity trade model. The time is yours, Mr. Tajul.
Thank you so much for the time. Okay, I will present my paper titled Indonesian role in the economy of Muslim countries, member of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation or OIC, an analysis of the gravity trade model. Maybe next I will explain in bahasa ya. Jadi langsung saja untuk latar belakang dari persoalan dalam paper ini. Enak ya, karena yang menjadi persoalan dalam pembahasan dalam paper ini, yang pertama kita tahu bahwa Indonesia itu merupakan salah satu maaf moderator, apa sudah terlihat?
Hilang, Pak. Sudah tidak tertampil lagi. Mohon di-share ulang. Atau biar kami yang share screen.
Oh ya, boleh.
Oke.
Boleh dibantu mungkin.
Benar yang ini?
Bukan.
Atau betul yang ini?
Atau pas saya yang sudah kirim?
Oke.
Atau coba saya
Ya, silakan.
Saya share ulang ya. Cuman ini nggak bisa di select view.
Ya, apa lanjutkan.
Oke ya. Ya, kita ketahui bahwa Indonesia sejak 1969 itu merupakan bagian dari OKI ya, organisasi kerjasama negara Islam. Nah, kita tahu bahwa menurut laporan bahwa 2021 itu Indonesia hingga sekarang sebagai negara dengan volume ekonomi terbesar di antara negara-negara OKI. Nah, oleh karena itu di dalam hal ini menjadi menarik untuk kita melihat bagaimana peran Indonesia sebagai negara dengan populasi muslim terbesar dan ekonomi juga dengan volume ekonomi juga yang paling besar dan paling tinggi itu memberikan kontribusi terhadap ekonomi negara-negara OKI lainnya. Hanya saja di dalam penelitian ini kami membatasi kontribusi ekonomi Indonesia itu terhadap 5 negara OKI saja, yaitu Iran, Saudi Arabia, Turki, Nigeria, dan Uni Emirat Arab. Nah, kelima negara ini dipilih sebagai 5 negara dengan volume ekonomi yang tertinggi pula setelah Indonesia. Nah, kita ingin melihat sejauh apa peran Indonesia itu sebagai negara Islam terbesar di Muslim terbesar di dunia itu terhadap negara-negara Muslim lainnya. Nah, ini juga menjadi perhatian kita saat ini. Dunia Muslim dalam tanda kutip itu sedang menghadapi berbagai persoalan, mulai dari persoalan human right, hak asasi manusia, yang kita tahu sekarang Palestina sedang menghadapi persoalan dengan Israel, di mana ada upaya untuk dalam tanda kutip genosida ya, masyarakat Muslim di sana. Dan nah, namun dalam hal ini dalam perspektif ini kita hanya mengupas berkaitan dengan perekonomian. Nah, secara literatur kita ketahui bahwa untuk melihat bagaimana interaksi bilateral dari sisi ekonomi itu kita mengenal teori gravitasi ya, gravitasi perdagangan internasional. Ini sebenarnya teori ini kan teori yang dikenalkan pertama sekali oleh Newton ya, teori gravitasi Newton yang mungkin kalau kita pernah belajar fisika kita paham bahwa hukum Newton itu interaksi antar dua partikel itu sangat dipengaruhi oleh massa dan jarak. Nah, kemudian Timberland itu kemudian mengadopsinya kepada teori ekonomi internasional yang kemudian dia menafsirkan bahwa ya, interaksi atau hubungan bilateral ekonomi antar dua negara itu sangat dipengaruhi oleh massa. Di sini artinya volume ekonomi. Yang kedua dipengaruhi oleh jarak. Volume ekonomi itu berkaitan dengan permintaan. Bagaimana kemudian suatu negara jika ingin meningkatkan output perekonomian dalam negeri dia harus melakukan ekspor. Nah, ekspor yang dilakukan adalah dengan cara pertama sekali membangun mitra, membangun hubungan, membangun hubungan ekonomi terhadap negara lain yang perekonomiannya itu juga memiliki volume yang besar agar timbul yang namanya permintaan. Nah, kemudian juga jarak itu berkaitan dengan transportation cost atau biaya transportasi. Ini juga kemudian mempengaruhi bagaimana biaya transportasi juga mempengaruhi kontribusi ekspor Indonesia terhadap negara lain dalam hal ini. Kemudian metodologi yang kita gunakan yaitu yang pertama sekali basisnya adalah pemilihan variabelnya berdasarkan model gravitasi tadi. Ya, kontribusi ekspor itu dipengaruhi, perdagangan antar dua negara itu dipengaruhi oleh volume ekonomi dan kemudian jarak. Dengan beberapa modifikasi variabel atau penambahan variabel dari sisi variabel independen ataupun variabel bebasnya berdasarkan beberapa literatur yang kami kaji. Seperti misalkan indeks persamaan ekonomi dan nilai tukar. Indeks persamaan ekonomi ini berkaitan dengan semirip apa ya, perekonomian antar negara ini yang kemudian saling membutuhkan sumber daya yang sama. Nah, sedangkan nilai tukar ya kita tahu bahwa nilai tukar adalah perbandingan antara nilai tukar dalam negeri terhadap nilai tukar luar negeri. Dalam hal ini standarnya yang kami gunakan adalah USD atau dolar Amerika. Nah, dalam hal ini kemudian model yang kita gunakan ya sebenarnya pendekatan OLS saja, ordinary least square, dengan pendekatan OLS yaitu analisis data panel. Nah, ada dua persamaan yang kita gunakan. Yang pertama itu persamaan yang untuk mengkaji faktor-faktor apa saja yang mempengaruhi kinerja ekspor Indonesia terhadap 5 negara OIC yang menjadi fokus utama dalam penelitian ini. Yaitu ada perekonomian 5 negara OIC, distance yaitu ini artinya jarak, yang kemudian indeks similarity yang ketiga, yang variabel yang keempat itu ada exchange rate. Yang kemudian persamaan kedua ini kita gunakan untuk menggambarkan bagaimana fokus utamanya adalah perdagangan Indonesia itu mempengaruhi GDP ataupun perekonomian 5 negara itu. Kemudian hasil menunjukkan bahwa kalau kita lihat dari sisi deskriptif itu variabel itu Indonesia itu sangat berkontribusi. Ekspor paling besar itu tujuannya adalah Uni Emirat Arab ya, yang 4 ini. 4 itu adalah kami simbolkan sebagai negara Uni Emirat Arab, diikuti oleh Saudi Arabia. Dan kalau kita lihat data bahwa yang menjadi komoditas utamanya itu adalah justru dari sisi bahan komoditas makanan, dan dia itu lebih bersifat bahan mentah atau bukan yang branding ya, tidak branding. Dalam ekonomi kalau ekspor komoditas mentah atau barang mentah yang tidak punya branding itu value-nya rendah. Itu menjadi catatan bagi kinerja ekspor Indonesia nanti. Nah, kemudian selanjutnya ini ada uji BPLM test. Sebenarnya dalam analisis data panel itu kan ada tiga pengujian ya, atau ada 3 model untuk menguji. Ada tiga metode untuk menguji 3 model, yaitu ada common effect model, fixed effect model, dan random effect model. Dengan pengujian yang pertama uji TO test, Hausman, dan BPLM test. Tapi kita gunakan hanya BPLM test. Kenapa? Karena di sini di variabel yang kita gunakan ada variabel distance, jarak. Variabel jarak itu kan tidak berubah dari waktu ke waktu. Sehingga ketika kita menguji dengan fixed effect model, dia bersifat singular metric. Maka yang bisa diuji adalah perbandingan model common effect dan random effect model. Dan untuk melihat mana yang terbaik antara common effect model dan random effect model adalah dengan Bruce Pagan Lagrange multivariate test. Nah, dari pengujian itu kita dapat di sini p-value-nya signifikan. Maka kalau secara literatur persamaan 2 dan persamaan 3 tadi yang kita tunjukkan, yang kita tampilkan tadi, itu menunjukkan bahwa yang terbaik, model analisis data panel yang terbaik adalah random effect model. Nah, dari hasilnya menunjukkan bahwa dari persamaan 2 tadi, ya, yang pada di metodologi tadi, bahwa trade ekspor, jarak, dan similarity index, dan exchange rate itu mempengaruhi yang namanya GDP ya. Nah, sedangkan yang dari equation 3 dan persamaan 3 itu menunjukkan bahwa hanya GDP yang mempengaruhi kinerja ekspor Indonesia. Nah, kita bisa lihat di sini bahwa hampir seluruh di persamaan 2, hampir seluruh variabel independen itu mempengaruhi GDP. Yang mempengaruhi GDP sebagai variabel dependent. Nah, kemudian adjust R square untuk kedua persamaan itu menunjukkan angka yang moderat. Artinya ada beberapa variabel yang kemudian menjadi tidak dimasukkan dalam penelitian ini yang seharusnya itu bisa dimasukkan. Nah, ini hubungannya itu moderat. Nah, dari F statistik uji simultan ini kedua variabel ini mempengaruhi variabel independen itu mempengaruhi variabel dependen ya secara simultan. Nah, artinya apa dari implikasi dalam penelitian ini hasil dari uji statistik tadi, bahwa ekspor Indonesia itu mempengaruhi pertumbuhan ekonomi negara UIC. Artinya Indonesia itu sudah menjadi negara yang memiliki pengaruh dari sisi ekonomi, terkhusus untuk negara yang tergabung dalam anggota OKI. Nah, yang mempengaruhi sesuatu yang pertama dari sisi monetarity dan exchange rate kurs ya, itu adalah variabel yang memiliki pengaruh yang kuat terhadap kinerja ekspor Indonesia. Nah, kesimpulannya adalah di sini bahwa secara implikasi bahwa menjadi penting untuk kita melihat bagaimana kinerja ekspor Indonesia itu dipengaruhi oleh beberapa variabel yang ada. Tujuan utamanya adalah untuk meningkatkan devisa negara, ya, di mana peningkatan devisa negara tentu akan meningkatkan volume ataupun output ekonomi dalam negeri, sehingga secara tidak langsung itu akan menambah pertumbuhan ekonomi maupun kesejahteraan masyarakat yang ada. Karena apa? Karena tingginya ekspor atau alias tingginya permintaan luar negeri terhadap produk dalam negeri itu akan menumbuhkan perekonomian dalam negeri. Nah, hanya saja kami menyarankan kebijakan revitalisasi agreement, ya, kesepakatan untuk penguatan ekonomi. Dari sisi apa? Yang pertama mungkin tidak kami tuliskan di sini. Dari sisi kerjasama investasi dalam hal insentif, perlindungan maupun fasilitas investasi yang baik, pengembangan infrastruktur, pengembangan industri dan sektor manufaktur, pengembangan sumber daya manusia, pengentasan kemiskinan maupun kerjasama dalam pengelolaan sumber daya alam. Supaya apa? Supaya terjadi diversifikasi ekspor yang tidak hanya mengacu kepada ataupun tidak hanya berpatokan kepada barang-barang ataupun komoditas mentah. Nah, mungkin ini saja yang bisa saya tampilkan. Dan kurang mungkin ada pertanyaan, kami kembalikan kepada moderator.
Oke, terima kasih atas presentasinya. Mungkin Bapak dan Ibu ada yang ingin menanyakan kepada Bapak Tajul mengenai ini ya, peranan Indonesia ya, in the economy of Muslim countries members. Ini mengenai perdagangan ya, mengenai perdagangan ya Pak. Makanya ada memang ini memang khusus model yang untuk trade gitu ya Pak. Oke. Mungkin ada yang ingin bertanya dari Bapak Ibu? Mungkin saya ingin bertanya ya kepada Bapak Tajul. Jadi apa sih kelebihan the gravity trade model ini dibandingkan model-model yang lain yang biasanya kita gunakan gitu dalam analisis penelitian kuantitatif gitu.
Terima kasih pertanyaannya. Ya, sebenarnya ini kan model dasar ya, model dasar, asumsi dasar. Dan seiring perkembangan penelitian itu, riset-riset terbaru sebenarnya tidak hanya baku kepada dua variabel ini, banyak variabel lain, penambahan variabel lain, dan juga tidak kaku persoalan jarak. Jarak ini bisa juga diartikan sebagai misalkan kesamaan bahasa, stabilitas politik, kedekatan politik, misalkan seperti kita misalkan serumpun Melayu itu juga menjadi faktor utama dalam hal distance. Dan kalau ditanya tentang kelebihan, ya ini memang model dasar dan pengembangannya juga sudah banyak berdasarkan literatur yang ada. Seperti misalkan dalam penelitian ini pengembangannya itu dari sisi similarity index tadi. Kalau kurs itu juga sudah banyak yang meneliti, dan pengembangannya selanjutnya adalah misalkan analisisnya itu di ruang lingkup dalam konteks negara kawasan ataupun negara-negara yang memiliki kerjasama tertentu. Kalau banyak pekerjaan itu sih tugas selanjutnya adalah mengekspansi ataupun memodifikasi model gitu.
Oke. Oke, mungkin kita menunggu dari Bapak Ibu yang lain yang ingin bertanya. Jika tidak ada yang bertanya, mungkin karena keterbatasan waktu ya, Pak Tajul, mungkin kita cukupkan dan kita akan lanjutkan ke presentasi selanjutnya. Oke, terima kasih Pak Tajul. Oke, for the next presentation will be delivered by Miss Arini about halal supply chains in Makassar Shari'ah review. For Miss Arini, the time is yours.
Okay, maybe I will present my in this paper with my friend. So,
Sorry. Oke, maaf. Berarti Mr. Ilham will give presentation on this topic. Okay, please go ahead, Mr. Ilham.
okay. Maybe I will present our paper in bahasa. Share screen. Bisa dibantu share screen-nya? Bisa dibantu share screen-nya?
Oke.
Share screen-nya bisa dibantu. Oh, mungkin Mbak Ari bisa bantu.
Oke, baik. Tolong ditunggu ya, Pak Ilham. Ini lagi proses sharing video.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya. Alhamdulillah, terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Jadi di sini kami akan memaparkan hasil paper kami yang berjudul Halal Supply Chain in Makassar Shari'ah Review. Oke, next. Next. Ya, oke. Jadi saat ini kita semua mengetahui bahwa halal itu telah menjadi sebuah gaya hidup. Dan halal telah, dan tidak hanya di Indonesia, tetapi telah menjadi tren global. Nah, menarik, halal lifestyle ini tidak hanya berkembang di kalangan Muslim saja, akan tetapi juga berkembang di kalangan non-Muslim. Nah, sehingga Hal ini menyebabkan produk halal itu menjadi sebuah kebutuhan sehari-hari oleh masyarakat. Hal ini bisa kita lihat dari laporan Dinar Standar yang menyebutkan konsumsi produk halal umat muslim di dunia itu mencapai 2,8 triliun atau setara dengan 43.400 triliun. Nah, sementara itu di Indonesia konsumsi halal diproyeksikan mencapai 282 miliar pada tahun 2020. Nah, sehingga semakin meningkatnya konsumsi halal ini, tentu jaminan kehalalan suatu produk tersebut menjadi sangat penting bagi masyarakat dalam memilih produk. Nah, cara paling umum untuk mengetahui kehalalan suatu produk adalah dengan melihat logo halal yang tertera pada kemasan. Akan tetapi, label halal pada kemasan tidak menjamin produk tersebut dikatakan halal. Nah, hal ini dikarenakan setiap produk yang dipasarkan harus melalui proses halal supply chain yang sesuai dengan syariat Islam. Hal ini juga diperkuat oleh Haryono di tahun 2018 yang menyebutkan bahwa kecurangan terhadap label halal palsu itu disebabkan oleh tidak terbukanya proses produksi secara menyeluruh di dalam supply chain dari hulu ke hilir. Nah, kemudian manajemen rantai pasok halal itu menggambarkan koordinasi dari seluruh kegiatan rantai pasokan, dimulai dari bahan baku dan diakhiri dengan pelanggan yang diakhiri dengan pelanggan. Dengan demikian, sebuah rantai pasok mencakup pemasok, perusahaan manufaktur dan atau penyedia jasa, dan perusahaan distributor, grosir dan atau pengecer yang mengantarkan produk dan jasa ke konsumen akhir. Nah, sehingga setiap tahapan yang dilalui suatu produk, mulai dari bahan baku sampai pada konsumen, menjadi penting untuk menjaga kehalalan suatu produk. Hal ini dikarenakan setiap tahapan yang dilalui harus sesuai dengan prinsip-prinsip syariah. Nah, dengan adanya halal supply chain, maka diharapkan akan terwujudnya standar kualitas dari produk dan pelayanan produk maupun jasa dalam memenuhi integrasi, mulai dari input, produksi, proses, hingga sampai pada pendistribusian. Nah, kemudian berdasarkan paparan di atas, halal supply chain menjadi sangat penting untuk menjamin kehalalan suatu produk. Sehingga dalam bulletin ini ingin melihat bagaimana sudut pandang dari Makosid Syariah mengenai halal supply chain. Next. Kemudian kita beralih ke literatur review. Ya, di sini halal supply chain merupakan sebuah konsep di mana halal tidak hanya dilihat dari bahan baku dan proses saja, namun juga terlibat dalam proses rantai pasok. Nah, konsep halal supply chain ini merupakan salah satu standar pemenuhan produk halal. Halal supply chain menjadi suatu kewajiban seorang muslim dalam mengikuti kepatuhan syariah sehingga terjaminnya produk itu untuk tetap halal sampai pada tingkat konsumen. Nah, kemudian makosid syariah. Ya, makosid syariah ini adalah tujuan dari adanya hukum. Secara garis besar, para ulama itu memberikan gambaran tentang teori makosid syariah ini, yaitu bahwa makosid syariah harus berpusat dan bertumpu pada 5 pokok kemaslahatan, yaitu kemaslahatan agama, kemaslahatan jiwa, kemaslahatan akal, kemaslahatan keturunan, dan kemaslahatan harta. Ya, kemudian next untuk metodologi dan selanjutnya akan dijelaskan oleh saya Ari.
Baik, langsung saja di sini kita menggunakan metodologi penelitian kualitatif berbasis kajian dari sumber pustaka, jurnal, ataupun laporan dari KNKS. Next, langsung ke pembahasannya. Nah, di sini kita menggunakan 5 poin yang berasal dari Maqasid Syariah sendiri. Yang pertama itu ada poin hifdzuddin, menjaga keselamatan agama. Maka dalam hal ini kita meninjau bahwa dalam aktivitas halal supply chain tersendiri itu harus memenuhi aspek yang sesuai dengan hukum Islam. Seluruh prosesnya harus menggunakan konsep halal. Kemudian dalam konteks agama Islam, kita diharuskan untuk menjaga apa yang kita makan dan apa yang kita berikan. Seperti dalam perusahaan yang telah bersertifikasi halal, maka harus melihat lebih daripada kegiatan produksi itu sendiri, yaitu di mana mereka juga harus melihat dari segi bahan bakunya, kemudian memastikan bahwa transportasi yang digunakan itu sesuai, penyimpanan yang digunakan juga sesuai, dan penanganannya sesuai dengan target pasar muslim mereka sendiri. Kemudian dalam aktivitas manajemen rantai pasokan halal ini, kita juga melihat bagaimana perencanaannya, kemudian pengelolaannya, seluruh aktivitas yang terlibat, baik dari sumber dayanya, kemudian juga manajemen logistiknya. Yang penting adalah dalam hal ini juga mencakup koordinasi dan kolaborasi dengan mitra yang dapat yang berupa pemasok, perantara, penyedia layanan pihak ketiga, dan pelanggan. Kemudian yang kedua ada hifdzun nafs. Dalam hal ini supply chain dapat membantu masyarakat muslim dalam mengkonsumsi kebutuhan produk halal, terutama bahan makanan. Kemudian masyarakat dapat menggunakan produk atau mengkonsumsi produk halal dengan aman. Sehingga serangkaian proses halal supply chain ini dapat mengajarkan kita untuk lebih teliti dan paham bahwa semua yang dilewati dalam proses aktivitas ini harus bersih dan suci, tidak terkontaminasi oleh bahan baku yang haram. Nah, kemudian seperti contoh, banyak sekali kasus saat ini kita lihat ada beberapa industri yang menggunakan bahan baku dari kulit babi, atau misalnya sering kita kenal dengan pig skin, digunakan untuk bahan baku sepatu ataupun alat makan. Mungkin karena harganya cenderung murah, jadi banyak para pemasok menggunakan bahan baku tersebut. Hal ini juga sejalan dengan salah satu kutipan populer yang sering kita dengar mungkin. Disebutkan bahwa kita adalah apa yang kita makan, yang menyatakan bahwa setiap 35 hari kulit manusia berganti sendiri dan tubuh membuat sel-sel baru dari makanan apa yang dimakan. Maka kita harus memperhatikan hal tersebut dari segi bahan bakunya ataupun pengelolaannya. Oke, selanjutnya yang ketiga ada hifdzun nasl, yaitu gambaran ini menggambarkan bagaimana halal supply chain management ini tidak memanfaatkan kesempatan yang buruk dalam proses aktivitas yang berimbas kepada masyarakat. Jadi apapun yang mengalir dalam tubuh kita itu akan berpengaruh terhadap kepribadian seseorang, sehingga tidak memanfaatkan cara yang haram seperti dalam pengadaan bahan baku yang dilarang dalam Islam, dan seluruhnya itu harus memiliki legalitas dan sesuai dengan prosedur sertifikasi halal. Kemudian di sini juga disebutkan oleh Razi yang menyebutkan bahwa umat Islam perlu belajar bahwa halal bukan hanya soal penyembelihan saja, dan hal ini juga bisa menjadi sistem pangan berkelanjutan yang memajukan atau memperbaiki masyarakat, lingkungan, maupun kesehatan. Kemudian yang keempat ada hifdzun mal. Tinjauan ini tentunya untuk melihat agar halal supply chain ini dapat lebih berkembang dalam sektor industri halal. Tidak memanfaatkan kesempatan yang mungkin sifatnya konvensional. Kemudian konsep ini juga diterapkan oleh produsen halal yang bisa mengembangkan praktik berkelanjutan untuk memasarkan produk mereka kepada masyarakat yang lebih luas. Kemudian memperkenalkan sistem pangan yang berkelanjutan halal, ini juga merupakan sebuah metode khusus untuk menciptakan dialog antara konsumen, pengecer, produsen, dan lainnya. Selain itu, pemerintah juga harus ikut andil atau memiliki intervensi penuh dalam poin keempat ini. Kenapa? Karena dalam hal ini juga bisa mengklarifikasi bentuk daripada permasalahan, menyarankan kebijakan baru, meningkatkan rasa saling percaya, dan mendorong pandangan jangka panjang mengenai keberhasilan suatu produksi, distribusi, maupun konsumsi pangan halal yang berkelanjutan. Kemudian yang terakhir, poin yang terakhir ada hifdzun akal, yang menyebutkan bahwa tinjauan ini bermaksud agar tidak mengadakan barang atau bahan baku yang dilarang dalam Islam. Jadi akal itu berfungsi untuk melihat sejauh mana apa yang sebetulnya boleh digunakan ataupun boleh dikonsumsi ataupun boleh diproduksi dalam pasar Islam, seperti itu. Kemudian hal ini juga disebutkan suatu pangan halal itu dapat menjadi haram jika terkontaminasi dengan bahan yang haram atau bahan baku. Katakanlah mungkin tadinya suatu produksi makanan itu sudah bersertifikasi halal, namun ada beberapa alatnya itu yang masih menggunakan bahan baku yang dilarang dalam Islam. Kemudian dalam hal ini di poin terakhir, Jafar menyebutkan bahwa apabila produknya itu berbahaya, berarti konsep tayyiban atau kebersihannya itu tidak terjaga. Namun pilihan lainnya adalah melestarikan aspek halalan thayyiban pada produk, dan perusahaan juga dapat menyediakan fasilitas khusus hanya untuk digunakan untuk produk halal, terutama dalam seluruh rangkaian proses halal supply chain management ini. Kemudian praktik ini bertentangan dengan praktik logistik ya mungkin, karena penyediaan layanan logistik ini ada pihak ketiga, biasanya mencampurkan produk halal dan haram karena tujuan ini adalah mengurangi total biaya. Ini sering kita lihat beberapa kasus seperti yang terjadi di pabrik sepatu, yang satu pabrik tapi keduanya itu masih menggunakan bahan yang berbeda tapi di dalam satu pabrik. Yang satunya menggunakan kulit babi, mungkin yang satunya masih menggunakan kulit sapi, tapi di dalam tempat yang sama atau perusahaan yang sama. Ini mungkin dikarenakan biaya kuantitas ataupun biaya pemprosesannya itu lebih murah, lebih terjangkau mungkin. Seperti itu. Nah, dari halal supply chain management ini juga memiliki berbagai aktivitas. Selain kita berbicara soal bahan baku, di sini juga kita berbicara soal transportasi, pergudangan, kemudian penanganan produk dan sebagainya. Yang menyebutkan bahwa aktivitas transportasi dalam layanan halal juga memegang peranan penting dan juga merupakan tahapan di mana bisa jadi terjadi kontaminasi silang antara halal dan non-halal. Baik, untuk kesimpulannya mungkin dapat kita lihat bahwa ternyata halal supply chain management ini nggak cuma sebatas gimana sih supaya mendapat sertifikasi halal, tapi jauh lebih daripada itu, kita melihat bagaimana prosesnya itu berjalan dari bahan baku, bahkan kalau kita tahu bukan hanya bahan baku seperti yang disebutkan sebelumnya, ada transportasi, bagaimana prosesnya, mungkin dari segi pembiayaannya juga masuk ke dalam hal ini. Oke, mungkin cukup sekian dari kami. Mohon maaf bila ada kekurangan, jika ada pertanyaan boleh disampaikan. Saya kembalikan kepada moderator.
Baik, terima kasih kepada presenter. Ya, this is the last presentation. Mungkin bagi yang ingin bertanya, karena ini presentasi terakhir ya, kita persilahkan satu pertanyaan saja mengingat waktu. Ada yang bertanya? Oke.
Saya lah.
Oke, baik, silakan Bapak.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Boleh tadi judulnya apa Bu Arini?
Halal supply chain. Halal supply chain in Makassar Syariah Review.
Oke, ini kan sedikit saja menyambung dengan seminar yang kemarin. Pertanyaannya adalah who is the authority yang bisa kemudian menyelaraskan ya, bahasa Malaysia menyelaraskan, menyeragamkan ya, kebijakan-kebijakan dari seluruh daerah sehingga pola-pola sistem ekonomi Islam ini bisa berjalan dengan baik. Dan kalau misalnya di Aceh mungkin ada khusus ya, bagaimana dengan daerah lain, dan kemudian kalau memang tidak bisa, kiat-kiat apa yang bisa lakukan sehingga nanti halal change ini bisa berjalan dengan baik. Itu aja Bu.
Oke, baik Bapak, izin saya menjawab. Mungkin untuk kiat-kiatnya sendiri, kalau sekarang itu kan sudah ada proses pendampingan halal ya. Jadi salah satunya mungkin bisa dari sana. Namun kalau di daerah lain juga terbantu dengan adanya pendampingan halal seperti untuk sertifikasi halal, sehingga dengan adanya hal itu dapat membantu atau mendorong kebijakan yang ada. Seperti Seperti itu Bapak. Mungkin bisa ditambahkan oleh Pak Ilham.
Ya, baik. Saya mau tambahkan. Jadi ini memang tugas yang sangat besar karena menjalankan sampai ke daerah-daerah. Tapi
kurang jelas suaranya.
Cek halo.
Ya.
Apakah ya itu ini tugas yang sangat besar karena memang Indonesia sangat luas dan beragam daerah dan kebudayaan. Tapi memang di sini peranan pemerintah ya cukup besar untuk menyelaraskan itu. Jadi dimulai dari pemerintah pusat melalui BPJPK, kemudian diteruskan mungkin kepada pemerintah daerah, dan tentu di setiap daerah ya hari ini kita sudah tahu bahwa daerah juga memiliki Kadeks, Komite Nasional Daerah ya. Dan tadi sudah disampaikan juga bahwa kita juga sudah mempunyai pendamping halal dan itu sudah masif ada di kampus-kampus. Nah, itu yang bisa menjadi bagaimana pemerintah pusat itu bisa menjelaskan sampai kepada daerah-daerah. Ya mungkin seperti itu.
Baik, terima kasih atas jawaban. Mungkin Pak Isra ada tanggapan?
Tapi memang tentang otoriti ya sudah cukup lah ya. Terima
Oke.
kasih.
Baik, dengan berakhirnya pertanyaan dari Bapak Isra, we finally come to the end of the panel session. So before closing the presentation, I would like to ask all presenters to take the photo. Please turn on the camera. Sudah? Okay, please turn on the camera. Sudah ya?
Oke. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oke.
Okay, thank you so much for all presenter and also all participants for the very active discussion. I personally believe that we have very interesting discussion today. Tapi karena keterbatasan waktu ya, mungkin kita harus mengakhiri sampai di sini. Insya Allah kita akan berjumpa lain kali next time. Have a great day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you all.
Thank you.
See you next year eh.
See you in the third ICOSOPP.
Lagu Arab.
Thank you.